Hayes to be Calbred.
Tonight here on the East Coast, the Grade 2 Great Lady M and the return of the 6-year-old mare Sweet Azteca, who likely would have been the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, but was a race day veterinarian scratch with recurring foot issues at her barn. Let's go to Mike Joyce.
I'm here with Sweet Azteca, who's the favorite as she goes for her third win in the Great Lady M. And she's had a truncated and yet brilliant career in just 9 starts with those 7 wins. You look at from the bottom up, from her debut until where she sits today, and it's been truly remarkable. In her second career start, she was thrown in against the Wolves in the Las Flores, finishing second to Chismosa and Hot Peppers. You know, come to think of it, the Las Flores with Chismosa and Hot Peppers sounds like my lunch order at an artisan sandwich shop. And while that makes me hungry, that loss made her even hungrier. She rattled off 4 consecutive wins, including her first of 2 record-breaking performances in the Great Lady M. But it's that second Great Lady M victory that I want to look at, because that was more impressive, and I'll tell you why. The context of the race. She didn't come in as the favorite, despite the fact that she was the defending champ. No, the favorite was Copion, who at that time looked like she was the best sprinter in the filly and mare division. She was coming off a big victory at Churchill Downs in the Derby City Distaff. She was pennies on the dollar favorite. But when they came out of the gate, Sweet Azteca had the lead. Copion tracked, as everyone suspected, and by the time they got to the 5/16 pole, it was a match race. Now, Sweet Azteca floated her wide, and by the time they got to that 3/16 pole, well, the match race was over. And you look at the final 16th of a mile, Juan Hernandez was water skiing home. She was absolutely geared down, and despite that, she broke her own track record just barely by a 100th of a second. Had she been opened up, she probably could have beat it by a lot more. So then what happens today as she goes for her third? Well, Richie Baltas has said she's not as fit as she was coming into this race last year. But will that even matter? Her second, third, or fourth best performance on her running lines, far better than what anyone else in this field has ever shown in their careers. So even if she's 80%, 90%, she's still the horse to beat as she seeks for her third victory in the Great Lady M.
She has been special. She is lightning quick. 7 for 9 lifetime in her career. You can play the rest of this Los Alamitos card and hit a win bet on anyone in that Great Lady M Stakes. Get a 20% bonus. Go to NYRABets.com. Opt in to take advantage of that promotion. That race inside of an hour to post, coming up at 43 past the hour. We're going to step aside for a short timeout. More to come from the West Coast right after this.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back on Fox Sports 1. It's Saratoga Live. A little bit of overtime into Los Alamitos here in Cypress, California. On site, anticipating a huge race. Race number 8 on the card is Great Lady M. Exciting horse in Sweet Azteca. But before that, we have race number 7. The field coming out onto the track. A 6.5 furlong optional claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, bred in California. We start with the 1, Bessie Coleman.
Bessie Coleman stepping up in class, coming out of a couple of $25,000 claimers. This is a big jump up.
Michelle, 13e à toi.
I like this horse taking a cut back in distance as well as a big class drop. She tried dirt last time, but it was a route of ground against Stakes Company. I don't think it was a fair shake at how she can run on the main.
Red-headed Reba has been consistent in 3 career starts.
Yeah, a win, a second and a third. Here's the problem. It's kind of what she's doing here. Out of the gate, she does this. She's reluctant to break. She's unseated her rider here. She's clearly mentally a little fragile here, but the gate has been her nemesis. Step slow, hard to load, off slow in her 3 starts.
Okay, we can tell you they got that worked out. This post parade is from approximately 3 minutes and 9 seconds ago. Here's Dory Miller. A lot of seconds in her career, but she likes Los Alamitos, Michelle.
Well, she likes Los Al enough. Both of her lifetime wins have come here, but like you mentioned, lots of seconds. 11 runner-up efforts to those 2 wins. She could hit the board here, but a win might be a touch above her scope.
Misty Hart coming off a win, but yet is a big long shot, 20-1. Here's the 6. 3's a silver lining. I know you're looking at this horse, Michelle.
I think Simon and I both like this filly. Cut back in distance for her. She's been knocking on the door in her last few. She's already won the Calbred condition, but she gets it sprinting now. She won it routing.
Simon, any chance for our longest shot in the field, the 7 Timekeeper's Charm?
No.
25-1. Just make it simple. No.
Yeah, somebody has to be the longest shot, and she's there for a reason. She's got no chance.
And someone has to be pithy, and that's you. Tequila and Therapy, rider change, Caesar Belmont.
Yeah, this horse is going to be stretching out today. I'm not sure if she actually wants to go this particular distance. She did win at Los Alamitos June 21st, so just a few days back. But we see a lot of horses turn around and run very successfully here at this circuit.
Smile, baby, smile. Coming off a win at 29-1.
At this condition, she was 20-1 at this condition too. Back didn't run well, ran last. Then she came back with a nice win. She's 9-1 this afternoon.
Okay, we caught you up on the post parade. The field about a minute away, going to the starting gate for race 7. Watching the field since they arrived in the paddock and throughout the warm-up, Mike Joyce.
Yeah, Todd, and I wanted to give you a perspective over my right shoulder here of just how long this stretch is. It's the longest in North America. I know you guys are going to talk about that a little bit later on, but it goes back a ways. I'm going to start talking about 2 horses. Tequila and Therapy, I had a little conversation with Gennaro Vallejo. He said when he claimed this horse, he always thought she'd be good on the turf, but that turf experiment didn't quite go as he planned. But after that last win, he'd actually nominated her to the stake today, and he's playing with the idea. But he's like, you know what, I'm going to go in this spot. If we win and we get claims, so be it. We'll get the money. But he seemed quietly confident that this was a distance and a racetrack where she could win, obviously, having done so in the past. And then there's Red-Headed Reba. That's my pick. And we saw her losing her mind going onto the track. That was a little disconcerting, but she did settle down. And really what the difference was when they handed her off to the pony, then Tiago got legged up, then she settled down a little bit. So I'm not jumping off the Red-Headed Reba bandwagon just yet. I think she has a load of talent. And when you look at her compared to the rest of this field, there's no reason why if she keeps her mind and her wits about her, she can't beat this field. She's quick enough. She can make up ground if she doesn't get the lead. And I think she'll run just fine down this stretch. Todd?
The field moving into line for race number 7. Simon, we saw the 3 Red-Headed Reba acting up coming out of the track. She's still really tense here.
Yeah, but the starting gate crew knows her. Remember what I said in my comments earlier, how bad she is at the gate. They've taken her behind the gate early. They've got the long lead rope on her, and they're just working with her, getting her to walk back and forth. They clearly know her. Wouldn't shock me if she's loaded first or last, I would imagine. She's clearly bad out of the gate. The offspring of Om, Michelle, you'll know, traditionally they're very hot-headed.
Yeah, he was a little hot, running hot, and
Yep.
they all have a big quirk. I think Tiago's probably the perfect rider for this horse. He's a complete cowboy. You guys said legged up. He didn't get legged up. He jumped back on that horse on his own 2 feet. So I think to have a rider that knows a horse when it's quirky like this is key, and Tiago's a great hand to have a horse like this.
But could you bet a horse acting like this?
Yeah.
Yes,
It'd be
because
fine betting
she's
this
done
horse.
this every
she's
time.
done it. But this is the thing about when horses behave like this. If it was a first time in this situation, I'd be overly concerned. She does this every time. I'd be more concerned if she was a little quiet here this afternoon. That would be a bigger red flag for me. That's her in the middle of the screen. You can see the assistant starter. He's walking her back and forth on a long rope. You see, just letting her know that he's in charge and to follow his lead.
So is she going to be the last to load here?
I think so. It looks like it.
It seemed like she didn't like the pressure when the pony pulled on her. That's what she didn't like. So the handler here having that longer lead and letting her feel her way into that space is beneficial.
A man who never feels pressure. He's one of the best race callers anywhere. Talking about Michael Rona. We turn it over to him for the rest of the load and then the call of the 7th here at Los Alamitos. Good on you, mate.
Good on you, Todd. Thanks so much, mate. Last couple loading for this 7th race with the Grade 2 Great Lady M Stakes to follow. Now, Fresu has dismounted Dory Miller behind the gate. Dory Miller's going to load riderless, and Red-Headed Reba has been left until last. Did some schooling in the gate a few minutes ago after tossing Pereira as she moved on to the track. In other words, the usual. So let's have a look at Red-Headed Reba as she is about to complete the line. Wagering headed by Dory Miller, number 4 at 2-1. 3-1 for number 8, Tequila and Therapy, seeking to become a repeat winner at the meet. Red-Headed Reba moves in. Racing. Bessie Coleman hesitated, and Dory Miller's going right back to be a clear last. Timekeeper's Charm flashes out of the gate, establishes a 2.5 length lead from a wall of pursuers. Red-Headed Reba is in that clump of horses with Misty Heart, and there's a Silver Lining, and up on the inside, Bessie Coleman's improving after a sluggish dispatch from the gate. Tequila and Therapy posted wide midfield from Troisième Étoile. And then comes Smile Baby Smile, and Dory Miller is last when they pass the half-mile pole. Timekeeper's Charms the leader by a length and a half from Red-Headed Reba. Bessie Coleman still improving along the insides, now a level second. Misty Hearts with those horses in the 3-path. Jaramillo hooks Troisième Étoile 4 wide, and she's moving into contention. Tequila and Therapy's going to be fanned extremely wide at the top of the stretch, and Fresu saving every inch of ground on Dory Miller is coming right through along the inside of the bunch. They're across the track at the 3/16th pole. Bessie Coleman, Troisième Étoile on the outside. Timekeeper's Charms battling on bravely. Red-Headed Reba, Dory Miller the inside. Troisième Étoile reaches the lead at the 16th from Red-Headed Reba. It's Troisième Étoile the leader. Troisième Étoile wins. Red-Headed Reba second. Bessie Coleman third. Timekeeper's Charm was fourth.
Well, they were lining up like a chocolate bar at the top of the stretch here, 2 by 2 by 2 from the rail on out. And then we see the effect of that long stretch run. Just when you think a horse is finally wrested advantage, someone else comes on, and it was Troisième Étoile who finishes best.
Yeah, advantage to horses coming out of route races at this long stretch. They seem to have a little more stamina left late. And a nice job by Emissaire Jaramillo to get the job done. This filly, Michelle, she'd exclusively raced on the grass up until last time out when she ran a so-so race on the dirt, but she's a full brother to a 5-time dirt winner. I think sprinting was the key here today.
Not only that, but she's been working very well, and I like the fact that Doug had her work on the main track. I think the turn back in distance, the class drop certainly didn't hurt her by any means. Excellent effort for her.
Eventually going off at 5-1 here. Obviously very tight for second, as we looked like we had at least 4 horses who had a chance to win. Eventually the 2 draws off. It does appear as though it will be 2-3-1-7 if that's the way they posted on the board. That's 5-1 over 6-1 over 13-1 over 35-1 between Saratoga and here at Los Alamitos. It has been a day of boxcar payoffs, and our biggest race is still ahead. The Great Lady M. Don't miss. Sweet Azteca coming back to the races. That's ahead. Fox Sports 1. More great thoroughbred racing action right after this.
Breed to pure California speed as Legacy Ranch welcomes Forbidden Kingdom.
It's Forbidden Kingdom, dominant in the San Vicente.
This blazing fast son of American Pharaoh went wire to wire in every one of his victories.
What a performance from Forbidden Kingdom in the San Felipe.
Posting 3 Grade 2 wins on dirt and turf.
Forbidden Kingdom, resolute, turns away a big bit.
Breed to the speed of California speed. Forbidden Kingdom, now standing at Legacy Ranch.
Nope. Oh, yep. Now I am.
Are you hearing her?
No.
She's not hearing you. All right, we're moving you to 1. Tell them we're on 1.
We're on 1. And I'm not hearing anything if you're replying to me. Oh, I got you now. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We hope you're having a happy and safe 4th of July. Welcome back to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. I'm Todd Trupp alongside Simon Bray and Michelle Yu on site here at Los Alamitos. We're making a little bit of history on this historic day. It's the first time we've covered racing action from here on Fox Sports 1 on this show, and we want to celebrate with the feature, the Great Lady M at Naira Bets right now. You have that win bonus up to 20%. Check it out. It's the only way to play through Naira Bets. Meanwhile, the race before the Great Lady M is now official. Race number 7, the winner of the 2, Troisième Etoile.
Yeah, congratulations to Doug O'Neill, the familiar silks of Paul Redham. Those silks have been into the winner's circle in the Kentucky Derby a couple of times. Emissaire Hamaria aboard. And this is a 3-year-old daughter of I'll Have Another out of the Square Ready Mare La Première Etoile.
I think dirt is going to be just fine for her, as she was able to be victorious here in just her second try on the surface. Her first try sprinting, and she got the big class drop from Stakes Company as well.
We had a modest carryover in the Pick 6 today, which started in race number 4, but it started with a 40-1 shot. And so while you look at this Pick 3, it's a $2 Pick 6. You look at $323, the degree of difficulty here, and the Pick 6 sequence. Real possibility, even if our favorite wins the Great Lady M, talking about Sweet Azteca, that will still have a carryover in the Pick 6. And here are the early odds for the Great Lady M. Sweet Azteca, as fast a horse you will find in the Distaff Sprint division anywhere in the country. She opens up at 1-5. What would be your concerns here? I mean, the surface is not a concern. She set a track record every time she's come out at Los Alamitos. What's the concern?
Well, I mean, face value, it's the layoff. But as I mentioned, she won this race 2 years ago off a 4-month layoff. She won it last year off a 9-month layoff. She won it this year, or she's trying to win it this year off an 11-month layoff. Here's the thing, Todd. She's only had 5 workouts. Last year, she was scheduled to run on June 1st before the Great Lady M. She had to scratch, so she had a series of foundation works up to that June 1st effort. She scratched, came back, had a couple more works, so she had a little more bottom underneath her. That would be the only concern, Michelle, with the long stretch, only 5 workouts. We talked to Richard Boltis earlier today, and he said that's the only thing I'm worried about is the layoff, her being fit enough.
Especially when he reverted to last year, saying that she was so fit coming into last year, and he has that little inkling where they weren't even sure they were going to run today because she wanted to be more fit than she really was. So she'll have to be better than all of these at sub 100%.
But stars are meant to win when everything's not right? And don't stars win when things, she could be 80%. I think she could bring her B- race and still win this race comfortably.
Well, again, think of what's at stake for her. You don't get many starts with her each season,
Yep.
so you've got to make every start count. And when we talked to Richard Baltus earlier, her trainer, the goal is the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. That was the goal last year. Unfortunately, they had to scratch. But she would have been the favorite last year had she made that race. And if she can show what she's shown in previous years, she could be the favorite this year.
No question about it. And he said she's a much sounder filly this year. She's well publicized. She's had some foot issues. So he says she's much better and sounder as long as she comes out of this race good. She'll be pointing to the Breeders' Cup. One other note, she gets a new rider today. Armando Oso replacing the suspended Juan Hernandez.
Okay, as much respect as we have for Sweet Azteca, I know you're looking at that tote board, Michelle, and you're loving 6-1 on Grand Slam Smile.
I'll take it. I think Grand Slam Smile has recency. She gets the turn back in distance. We know she's going to be ultra fit. I love her little bit of an outside trip she can get here. I think she's going to be able to just sit a beautiful trip because they're going to go fast. I mean, I think Grand Slam Smile is definitely playable on this spot. I'm going to have to bet on her.
One of the most exciting races offered today. We'll come back with complete team coverage at the Great Lady M here at Los Alamitos. But back at Saratoga, what a day there. Outstanding graded stakes action throughout the day and a lot of upsets. Let's return to our team on site, anchored by Greg Wolf.
Todd, thank you. Yeah, 4 stakes on the card today. We had 2 grade 1s, and we had just an amazing performance on the reigning winner and champion of the Suburban. Goes back-to-back. That's Phileas Fogg. This, of course, last year was a breakthrough victory for trainer Gustavo Rodriguez. First ever graded stakes win. Exclamation point on this win this year.
Yeah, the Suburban might be a grade 2 now, but that was a grade 1 performance from Phileas Fogg. Now, he got things the way he likes it. Jonathan, he set up shop on the lead, got in a beautiful rhythm, and you could tell halfway through the race he was going to be a handful.
That's what happens when you have a horse that has speed, though. You get to end up working out good trips. I used to say it all the time about American Pharoah. Oh, he keeps getting easy trips, easy trips. He was making those easy trips, and Phileas Fogg just did the same thing here. He made this trip easy because that's who he is.
Back-to-back wins now, still going strong as a 6-year-old, and we'll wait and see how fast this comes back. But it certainly has the feel of, we got another horse as a contender in this stacked older horse division.
Yeah, I mean, I just love this horse's intensity, his demeanor, the way he pins his ears and he goes for it. And obviously a pumped up and very happy Kendrick Carmouche, who contributed a beautiful ride on Phileas Fogg.
Suspension, 5 days, missing the first 5 days, Kendrick Carmouche of this meet, but graded stakes do not count, so makes the most of that opportunity. Meanwhile, Belmont Oaks for 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/8 miles on the lawn, and the big favorite here, Abashiri, tough time breaking out of the gate and then rushed up to the front. Race was over for her from that point for the Charlie Appleby filly. Kensington Lane takes advantage under Joel Rosario on the front end.
And this is vintage Joel Rosario. When Joel is good, this is the kind of ride you get. And one of his greatest gifts is his hands. Horses just seem to melt into his hands.
Showed a lot of early speed, not typically something you see from European shippers. She found herself forward. She skipped over the ground. It felt like she really appreciated this fast ground. Word on the streets is she's heading out west. She's going to get some more firm ground out there.
Yeah, well, that's what we had thought, right? We'll wait and see. Sounds like, it was going to go to Phil D'Amato, but now that the goal is a grade 1, and I guess maybe they didn't think they were going to get the grade 1 here. So now we'll wait and see where she goes.
Yeah, I mean, that was, she got her grade 1, and there you saw Joel kind of keep checking under his arm. He wasn't checking his deodorant, he was checking where the competition was.
Boys got their turn, grade 1 Belmont Derby, and father-son team of Simon and Ed Crisford. John Velasquez with the victory in the Thrillers. West End Kid right there in the photo finish.
This is the great thing about turf racing. You know, you got the winner won by a nose, the second horse with a neck, a length, a nose, a head, a nose, a neck. That was the field. I mean, now separation here, and these two horses hit the wire in synchronicity here.
If you ran in the top 8 here, you got to feel pretty good about how your horse ran.
Yeah.
They were all within about 1.5 lengths of one another. The top 3 obviously are very talented horses. West End Kid, a little unlucky not to get there. Remember Mamba, just doing what Remember Mamba does, come running late. I think all 3 of those horses, first, second, and third, have some nice races in their future.
And Johnny Velasquez just keeps the Father Time at bay.
Another one, expected to stay in the States. That one going to go to Brendan Walsh. Today's stakes winners booked 2-year-old in the Sanford earlier for Steve Asmussen. Kicked things off. Tremendous first Saturday of action for this extended Saratoga summer. And as we know, as we get further along into this meet, the races, they just get more important. The bigger stars come out. Pretty good way to start things off this first weekend.
The horses delivered, as they usually do. Some great performances and a very happy 4th of July, Independence Day to everybody.
I'm going to get a hot dog and start handicapping this Pick 6 carryover for tomorrow.
A lot of reasons, to do some extra homework tonight. We'll have that Pick 6 carryover on Sunday. Still to come, out of Los Alamitos, Great Lady M and Sweet Azteca back in action, trying to win that graded stake for the 3rd time in her career. There she is, and of course the Meadowlands coming up tonight, including the Stan Bergstein Graduate Series final worth $230,000. Coverage continues after a short timeout. Hope you enjoyed it. As for the 3 of us, we will see you tomorrow.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, Play live money betting contests and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NYRA Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Tough Sunday, son of leading California sire Grayson and sire of stakes winner Shea Brennan.
Shea Brennan and Armando Ayuso to win going away.
And California State Juvenile winner Speedy Wilson.
Speedy Wilson is the winner.
Who also won and placed in the Real Good Deal Stakes.
And Armando Ayuso and Speedy Wilson win the Real Good Deal.
Tough Sunday, continuing the bloodline that leads California. Standing at Eclipse Equine in Buellton.
It pays to be Calbred.
Love Acres Ranch, home of California's leading active lifetime sire. Stay thirsty, sire of Unusual Heat Turf Classic winner, Vodka Vodka.
Vodka Vodka or Hey Jesse, Vodka Vodka wins the Unusual Heat Turf Classic.
Also standing, 2-year-old champion Phineas, as well as California's first son of Quality Road at stud, Hopkins. Stay thirsty, Phineas and Hopkins, all standing at Love Acres Ranch for the love of the game.
It pays to be Calbred.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on America's Day. Happy 4th of July to all of you, and thank you for spending part of your holiday with us here on Fox Sports 1, on site in Cypress, California for the much anticipated Great Lady M. I'm Todd Trupp, along with Simon Bray and Michelle Yu. This is the first time on Fox Sports 1 that we have brought you racing action from historic Los Alamitos. For those you don't know, it's a dual-purpose facility. They have quarter horse racing at night. Those are the sprinters in our sport down the straightaway, and they have thoroughbreds during the afternoon. We're focusing on the thoroughbreds, but in our feature, Sweet Azteca is fast like a quarter horse.
Yeah, I mean, this horse could probably keep up with some of those quarter horses at night. Sweet Azteca, she's won this race the last 2 years. She's broken her own track record 2 years in a row. The only issue today, and we've touched on it, she's coming off an 11-month layoff, a long time to be away from the races, Michelle.
It certainly is, and then to ask her to come back at this extended sprint distance of 6.5, I think it's very challenging, knowing that she had a limited series of works coming in. It wasn't an ideal preparation for her return to the races.
Well, the betting public loves Sweet Azteca. At one time was 1-5. Currently it's 2-5. To put that in perspective, 2 to win on the one Sweet Azteca would get you $2.80. She was always going to be the favorite in here. Anything else you're noticing on the tote board, Simon, that's kind of interesting to you?
I don't think so. I mean, Nooney is the click.
Yeah.
Well, I thought she's the third choice. Grand Slam Smile the second choice. But anytime you get such a short price favorite, you're going to get elevated prices on everybody else. So if you like to take a shot against the favorite, this is a good situation to do it because you're getting very good price on everyone else.
And there is the big gray mare by Sharp Azteca, Sweet Azteca, in the saddle enclosure here. Michelle, explain for our audience, we don't see a lot of paddocks like this, so you have an indoor saddling area here, essentially.
A very compact indoor saddling area also. They walk up and you see there's very limited stalls here. You can go and you can saddle them kind of back there in the boxes, and then they walk them around. But the entire thing is, I don't know, maybe 200 feet long. So a lot of our other saddling paddocks would be a lot bigger with just more room. Here it's very, very compact. They don't allow a lot of people up there. You can have pretty much your groom who's saddling the horse, and that's it. A lot of other paddocks allow you to have, your owners come up and everything, but here they try and keep people to a minimum just because of how tight the configuration is.
To your point, Todd, this facility was built primarily for quarter horses racing at night, so you want some cover at night in the winter months, and I think that's the reasoning behind it.
So now they'll leave the saddling area. They'll come out to an open air area where the owners are, as you talked about, and the connections, and the last minute instructions will happen. We'll get a call for riders up. But it's unique all the way around from the time a horse arrives here in the paddock and then goes out to their race. We talked about this is the longest stretch run in North America, but also it's not a complete straightforward layout going 6.5 furlongs.
No, I mean, most tracks at 6.5, it's just a complete hook, right? It's a U-shaped track. Here, down the backside, we have a little
Dog leg.
That's the best way to describe it, a dog leg to the right. So when the horses go down the backside, sometimes you'll see them float to the middle of the track because the track veers out to the right for a little bit, then they drop back down into that left-hand turn as they run for home.
So do you like the inside for Sweet Azteca, Michelle, given that layout we just talked about?
I don't think it matters for her. She's so fast out of there. You know, it's a hindrance if you don't break and then you end up squeezed back. For her, it would be an anomaly for her not to break and just be in front.
I think it's an advantage, Todd, because if you break fast, you can kind of force people out into the middle of the track. You have the control if you're that fast on the lead. You can push people out in the middle of the track and then drop back down.
Waiting for a call of riders up. We've been talking about some of the main competition in this race for Sweet Azteca. You have to look at the California bred, the horse who's coming into view right now. That is the 5 Grand Slam Smile.
Look, she's multi-talented. She's won 6 races on turf. She's won 1 race on a synthetic surface. She's won 5 races on dirt. She can do everything. As of late, she's been competing specifically on turf and turf distance races. But if you look at her last 2 dirt sprints, she won the Betty Grable by a length and a half. She won a race here at this distance, 6.5 furlongs last June by 2.5 lengths. She's going to like the turn back. And if there's some vulnerability with the favorite getting tired late, you're going to see Grand Slam Smile coming on, just like we saw the winner of our previous race.
And Michelle, if Grand Slam Smile doesn't win this race but finishes second, she'll be a millionaire. Let's start our post parade with the 1 Sweet Azteca, the horse to beat.
Here she is, looking to make it 3 in a row. New rider today, Armando Ayuso, replacing Juan Hernandez. He got some suspension, some days at Royal Ascot. This is a one-shot deal for Armando. He's been working her in the morning.
Magnificat is on her own win streak here.
Yeah, she's putting together back-to-back wins, including taking the Desert Stormer last time out. It's still suspect, though, if she's going to be as classy as Sweet Azteca.
Prancing through the Paris to date has probably been best on the turf, but is capable on the dirt.
Yes, but she's faced Grand Slam Smile 7 times, and she couldn't get in front of her.
And Grand Slam Smile is our second choice in here. The 4 AZ Wildcat. Could this horse keep up with Sweet Azteca in the early stages?
I don't necessarily think that she can. I don't think she's quite as fast if she's going to hold on for that 6.5, but she's the up-and-comer. She's got recency, 3rd straight off a layoff, and she's a huge price for John Sadler.
Grand Slam Smile getting warm out there. Anything to be concerned about?
I don't think so yet, Todd. It's a pretty warm, humid, muggy day here. She's undefeated at this distance at this track.
1,000 miles, Michelle, has kept very good company on the turf, but that doesn't seem to matter here. 44-1.
Yeah, good company on the turf, but all of her wins have come on the main track. That being said, I just don't think that she's quite the caliber of the majority of these, but you got to be in it to win it, Todd.
Well, with Sweet Azteca, we've been talking about the layoff, but it pales in comparison to Nooney, who has not raced since December of 2024, but yet sits up on the board as one of our favorites. Is this the Bob Baffert effect?
It is, and Bob Baffert, layoffs don't come into play with Bob Baffert. He has his horses extremely fit. He's won this race 7 times, if you can believe it. Ricky Gonzalez takes them out.
That is your live post parade for the most anticipated race in California today. It is the Great Lady M. We will come back here, but hanging around up in northern New York and Saratoga Springs with some great harness action that we'll be bringing you in our coverage. Chris Griffin and Gabe Pruitt.
Hey, thanks so much, Todd. Appreciate it. Chris Griffin joined by Gabe Pruitt, of course, and we are here at Saratoga. We're just outside the paddock. It's a beautiful night here and looking forward to a great night that we've got a couple of harness tracks we're going to look at. Nice stakes race going on there at Los Alamitos, but great to be with you, and good evening, good sir.
Always a pleasure to be here at Saratoga, Chris. Great to be with you, and yes, red-hot action all night. We've got some action from out at Souder Downs, Columbus, Ohio, the Meadowlands as well. So it's going to be a great night. We're looking forward to all that action-packed stakes action. It'll be a rapid pace we'll go at tonight.
Yeah, definitely a rapid pace that's going to be going on this evening. We got all our notes ready, and we got the Meadowlands. It's, of course, going to be coming up, and we got a great slate of action. You got the Meadowlands pace eliminations. You got the Perfect Sting. And then we'll go out to Scioto Downs, Columbus, Ohio, and take a look at the next-gen 2-year-old races as well. Fast conditions, looking forward to that. Of course, the Great Lady M is going to kick things off in race 8. And, of course, we're going to send it out to the Meadowlands right now because a very familiar face to everybody here on FS1, Jessica Otten, is going to be joining us at the Meadowlands for a great night.
Thanks, Chris. It is a beautiful night. It is turned into here in East Rutherford, New Jersey at the Meadowlands. A big stakes card on action tonight, including that lone elimination for the Meadowlands Pace, the 50th edition of the Meadowlands Pace, plus the 2 graduate finals for those 4-year-olds on the pace and trot. Will Lexus Cody rebound after his first loss after 27 wins in a row? We'll find out later tonight on this card. We're going to send it to Columbus, Ohio, where we'll bring in the other Otten sister, Jenna, for a great night of racing at Scioto Downs, right outside of Columbus, Ohio, where they'll feature the 2-year-olds in the next generation.
Thanks, Jessica. Tonight, the spotlight belongs to the future. The next generation of stars are ready to go here in Ohio. Their stakes journey begin tonight. For the fans, it's our first time we're going to get to see these young trotters and pacers hit the track, and we've seen some stellar horses come out of the next generation, and we'll look to keep them coming. Chris and Gabe, I know there's a ton of action on tap tonight, and it's just getting started, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, always great to look forward to the future. Thanks to Jessica and Jenna. They'll be through us throughout the night. But on pace eliminations like this, I mean, we're looking forward to kind of set up here for next week's run.
Yeah, it really is. Next week should be the big party there at the Meadowlands, that Meadowlands Pace final. It's, tonight, I think it's Brandon Boulevard's race to win or lose in that elimination. And there is a benefit to winning that race tonight, Chris. You obviously have to be in the top 7 to come back and make the final. But if you win, you're guaranteed a good post with that Meadowlands Pace formula. So, big night, but I think it is his race to win or lose.
Yeah, great night ahead here on FS1. We got all the standard bred harness action coming your way, but let's now go back to Los Alamitos for the Great Lady M.
I've worked with a Sarge. Now I get to work with the General of the Send It In Army, Gabe Pruitt. Good to be with you, as well as you, Chris Griffin. And we are excited about the next race here at Los Alamitos. It's our feature, the Great Lady M. For those of you who don't know the history of Great Lady M, she was the dam of one of the greatest female racehorses of all time. When you talk top 20 greatest thoroughbred,
for sure,
distaff horses, you talk Lady's Secret. This was her broodmare.
1986 Horse of the Year, Lady's Secret.
Michelle Yu.
Plus, you want to know another fun fact?
Where was she bred?
This race used to be called. Oh, I don't know that.
You don't know that?
Where was she
bred? You know where
bred?
Lady's Secret was bred?
Where?
Best Oklahoma bred of all time.
No way.
Oklahoma.
Wow.
What were you coming with?
That this race was originally called the Agleam, and then Los Al changed the name from the Agleam to the Great Lady M, and Great Lady M won the Agleam.
And Simon, what's appropriate for those who knew Lady's Secret? She was gray, and Sweet Azteca has dominated as a gray in the last couple of runnings.
And the tie-in again. Wayne Lucas made his home here. He trained Great Lady M. He trained Lady's Secret.
All right, we are getting closer to post time, 3 minutes away. Mike Joyce, what do you see?
First of all, Grand Slam Smile made a real nice appearance in the paddock. I am no Maggie, I am no Acacia, I am no anybody who does this like Michelle Yu. But if you want my 2 cents, big old long leggy filly, and she looked great. Talked to Richie Baltas just a few moments ago, and I asked him about those last couple of works. He was quoted in the Daily Racing Form as having said she's not as fit as she was a year ago coming into this race. But the race didn't come up as tough as it did last year. You had Copine coming off a 7-length victory against Grade 1 Company coming into this race last year. And even though she was the defending champ, Sweet Azteca wasn't even favored. So it's an easier spot. She's 80 to 90%. Richie knows that he doesn't have her as tight, but it also may not matter. And he said her last row was very good. He also said the other thing to keep in mind, and I think it's a point, we always talk about how long the stretch is here at Los Alamitos. It's the longest stretch in North America. No questioning, and it is a haul from the one end to the other, but it's not as deep of a track as Santa Anita. And he actually thinks that the speed holds just fine, if not better here, because it's not as deep of a surface. So keep that in mind when you're handicapping these races and when you look at it. She's going to be forwardly placed. She's fast. Will she finish? She's not quite 80%, 90%. She's somewhere in there, not quite 100%, but I think she'll be just fine. Once again, I think her B or C race even would be enough to win against this company.
So having said all that, Mike is picking against her. He's got the 7 Noonie. All right. Okay, but both of you are going with Sweet Azteca. Let me ask this question, which would be existential based on the fact she set the track record for 6.5 furlongs the first time she won the Great Lady M, and then the rarest of things that you could pull off, she comes back the following year and lowers that track record. Is it possible we'll see another track record from her today?
Oof.
I mean, it's very possible, right? I mean,
she's done it.
She bested it by 100th of a second. So
and easy.
Yeah, exactly.
There was
down.
more to offer.
Geared down, exactly.
But the question is, at the age of 6, is she as good as she was when she was 4 and 5?
Right, and with less workouts coming in, the fitness issue is the big question mark for her.
So you think Michelle, it's not all about today, and that's what maybe leaves her just slightly vulnerable?
Certainly. Their goal is the Breeders' Cup, and, you know, they have to jump off somewhere. It seems to be a great leaping off point to what Mike was saying. This track is very kind and very forgiving. Turf horses run very well over it also, so it's just an easier track to get going on than, you know, some other tracks that you might be able to start this campaign off. It's going to be an abbreviated campaign already.
Simon, we see this in other sports, that athlete where you're like, they're going to win a championship, and then for some reason, it doesn't happen. Now, having said that, Sweet Azteca has won a Grade 1 race. That's the highest in our sport, but it's the Breeders' Cup. That is the championship-defining moment. Being in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint is where she needs to get to and prove that she's the best in the country. But she has been that athlete that has it all, but just has setback after setback. This will be only the 10th start of her career, and she's a 6-year-old. You know, most 6-year-olds by this time are coming upon their 30th career start.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, there are a dime a dozen athletes that probably should have, in any sport, should have won world champions, but they've been beset by injuries. This is her problem. She's had well-publicized foot issues, and she's in the right barn to be managed by this. Richard Baltas, great hands-on horseman. I mean, she only made 2 starts in 2025, but they were both winning ones. And to your point, she's only made 8 starts in the last 2 years. So, you know, when she's ready to run, you've got to have her 100% and then give her a little break. So timing and mapping out that road to the Breeders' Cup is critical.
It is post time for the Great Lady M. One of the most exciting sprinters in the country amongst the fillies and mares is about to move forward. That horse right there as we look overhead, Sweet Azteca. She has won the Great Lady M in back-to-back years, trying to extend that winning streak and maybe lower the track record once again. But again, the big prize in the fall, if she can make it to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, but it all starts right here. Her first start of the season. Keep an eye on the gray blur on the inside, the bottle rocket, Sweet Azteca, here on the 4th of July at Los Alamitos. Mike.
Ready to go. Racing. 1,000 miles leapt in the air and has missed the start 6 lengths. Nooney and AZ Wildcat and Sweet Azteca the fastest, 3 into stride soon afterwards. It's AZ Wildcat and Sweet Azteca matching their motors, racing clear of Nooney with Magnificat getting up along the inside, a level 4th with Prancing Through Paris. Grand Slam Smiles behind that group about 4 lengths off the pace and 10 clear of 1,000 miles. Sweet Azteca on the inside has the lead narrowly at the half-mile pole over AZ Wildcat. Then comes Magnificat Prancing Through Paris and a 3 wide Nooney. 2 lengths to Grand Slam Smile, patiently ridden by Anton Georgi, 5 from the lead, and 1,000 miles has tailed right off. Sweet Azteca has shrugged off AZ Wildcat at the top of the stretch. The favourite moves away by 2 lengths. Magnificat and Prancing Through Paris are coming through on the inside. They're a level second at the 3/16 pole. Nooney is wider on the track with Grand Slam Smile. Below the 3/16, Sweet Azteca bounding along by 3 lengths from Magnificat, Prancing Through Paris and Nooney. A 16th left to go, and it's Sweet Azteca in full control. This grey super sprinter is scaling unprecedented heights as the first 3-time winner of the Great Lady M. Magnificat was second, Nooney third, fourth either Prancing Through Paris or Grand Slam Smile.
Sweet Azteca, brilliant when we get to see her, and this is another reason why I wish we saw her more often. Michael Rona capturing the moment perfectly here in those fractions. She picked it up along the way, an astonishing half mile in 43 and 4. Then you see her start to get a little bit tired, but she's
Number
won the
one,
race
the
at this
Sweet
point.
Azteca.
Yeah, she ran exactly as we predicted.
the
She's the best
unofficial
filly
winner
in
of
the
the Great
race. We
Lady
said
M
she could bring a
Stakes, defeating
B- game and still win. I think that's what she brought, even though she won fairly easy because she was getting tired late. She had every reason to get tired late here, and I thought it was an impressive performance. For those of you not familiar, to run the first opening quarter in 21.4 seconds, 84 seconds, the half in 43.81, that's extremely, extremely fast to maintain that pace the whole way.
Well, to put it into perspective, the horse that was pressing her was the 4, and the 4 tailed home last.
Exactly.
I mean, could not handle these fractions and hang on. So what Sweet Azteca just did to lay right off of that and still finish the way she did was very impressive.
And Todd, Monday Uso down the backside, he was taking his foot off the brake pedal rather than hitting the gas pedal. I mean, he had a a handful of horse beneath him, and he was just trying to ration out that speed.
It's a remarkable streak to have won this race 3 years in a row. The final time, 6.5 furlongs, 1:15.3, will remain a 2 2/5 off the track record that belongs to her. But as we said, you could tell this was a race that she needed, and now they can move forward. And we would think she's going to go south to Del Mar this summer and then get those races in that they need before the fall at Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup.
I think you just look down at her past performances for the last 2 years. She does a carbon copy, goes straight to the Rancho Bernardo. She's taken this route the last 2 years. Great Lady M, Rancho Bernardo, with the hopes to getting the Breeders' Cup. Hopefully she can get there one more time. Yeah, let's take a look. Deep stretch here, Michelle, and she hits the front. This year and last year, she might have pulled away by 3 or 4 lengths here, but she's just getting a little tired, and expectedly so.
Yeah, she certainly got a little bit leg weary here, and you see Armando Ayuso kind of look back to see how close they are, how easy can he make her last couple of strides when he knows that she's tired. You see, he felt pretty comfortable, wrapped up on her there, wasn't encouraging her anymore, and they just could not decrease that advantage.
So curious, as we take a look at the head-on, out of the gate, it was clear that the connections of AZ Wildcat wanted to engage early on. Let's get to Mike Joyce with our relieved winning trainer.
So a little bit of a mixed bag. You won, but no track record this time. That's a little disappointing.
That's fine with me. That's fine with me. I know she was a little short, but yeah, she's such a good horse. She's so powerful and she's kind. She's a tremendous horse. I mean, after last year, we got scratched at the Breeders' Cup, and it was a foot thing. And I told Pam, if you want to try to race her another year, we got to give her 180 days off, or 120. I gave her I think I gave her 120 days off, a little bit more at Katie Fisher's farm, and she came in just, fresh. Always got to keep her feet together, and she's a very, very, very talented horse that doesn't need to run a whole lot.
When you have one this good, is it more joy of victory or just relief after it's done?
I think it's a little bit of relief, Obviously, it's great to have a horse of this caliber, but, coming into this race and, I opened my big mouth, said she wasn't 100% fit, and, I just try to tell the truth.
Well, the truth is she's an excellent horse. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And there you have it, 3 consecutive victories for Sweet Azteca in the Great Lady M.
Very talented trainer, Richie Baltas. If you want to talk about Breeders' Cup history, he was responsible for a huge upset over a Breeders' Cup champion, and Tiz Now, who lost in the Goodwood, prepping for the Breeders' Cup Classic, to Freedom Crest, who was trained by Richie Baltas. He knows a good horse. Obviously, he can train a good horse, and he's got a very good one here in Sweet Azteca. We're just getting started on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. We'll be back in just a moment. That Rockets red glare and the Great Lady M is this horse right here, Sweet Azteca, quite a homebred with her owner and breeder, Mike Joyce.
Yeah, Pamela, I didn't interview you before the race because you pay the bills. You get the glory after the race. How is it to have won this race 3 years in a row now?
It's amazing. I don't think anyone else has done that. But I don't think we broke the record this time, but she holds it still, so that's good enough.
You've bred and owned a lot of really nice horses, but it's a little extra special when it's a homebred like this, and she just keeps on going at the age of 6 now. What's this ride been like, and how proud are you of her?
It's incredible. I mean, we loved the mom. She was... for that year, she was the pick of the litter, and she's done nothing but throw really, really nice foals. So she has another one with Richard, a colt, and then we have a 2-year-old that's coming up. So it's a full sister to Sweet Azteca.
Ooh, do we know when she's going to be ready? Is she going to be at Del Mar?
Not that soon, no. Probably Santa Anita winter, so.
That's all right. We're all still eagerly anticipating, but for the time being, enjoy the Great Lady M and just a fantastic, fantastic run from this mare.
Thank you so much.
Todd?
And presenting the trophy to winning owner breeder Pamela Zebarth was Kathy Allred, president here of Los Alamitos, and we want to thank her. She was very instrumental in making this show happen. It's the first time on Fox Sports 1 and America's Day at the Races that we've covered racing action here at Los Alamitos. That would not have happened without Kathy and her entire staff support. Meanwhile, Sweet Azteca returns 3-5. The disappointment here, Grand Slam Smile. Magnificat remains very good form. You got to say, hey, Nooney came back off a long layoff and ran a pretty good race.
Yeah, I think good efforts from the top 3 finishes. Yeah, the disappointing Grand Slam Smile, she never really showed up. I mean, to your point, we were talking, Michelle, if she doesn't get the lead or close to it, she usually doesn't run her best race. She's facing a much faster filly today. She wasn't able to get the lead.
I thought she ran okay. She just didn't have any kind of punch at the end. And we'll see. I'm sure she's going to be better back on grass.
We have one more race coming from Los Alamitos, but we got a lot more coming from the Meadowlands. We'll have Chris Griffin and Gabe Pruitt bring us more after this.
Breed to pure California speed as Legacy Ranch welcomes Forbidden Kingdom.
It's Forbidden Kingdom, dominant in the San Vicente.
This blazing fast son of American Pharaoh went wire to wire in every one of his victories.
What a performance from Forbidden Kingdom in the San Felipe.
Posting 3 Grade 2 wins on dirt and turf.
Forbidden Kingdom, resolute, turns away a big bit.
Breed to the speed of California speed. Forbidden Kingdom, now standing at Legacy Ranch.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Tough Sunday, son of leading California's Sire Grayson and sire of stakes winners Shea Brennan.
Shea Brennan and Armando Ayuso to win going away.
And California State Juvenile winner Speedy Wilson.
Speedy Wilson is the winner.
Who also won and placed in the Real Good Deal Stakes.
And Armando Ayuso and Speedy Wilson win the Real Good Deal.
Tough Sunday, continuing the bloodline that leads California. Standing at Eclipse Equine in Buellton.
It pays to be Calbred.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back here on FS1. It's America's Day at the Races, and you are taking a look at East Rutherford, New Jersey. Of course, it's the Meadowlands, as they've got some great pacing and trotting action throughout the evening. You and I, Gabe Pruitt, Chris Griffin, here with you at the Saratoga paddock set, and we are ready for all the action. But we get a little bonus coverage here, Gabe, as the third race is coming up at the Meadowlands, and it's going to be the JL Cruise with nice stakes race, field of 7, and you got over $130,000 in the purse.
Big money, and this is a very good field going to post here, Chris. Nearly $9 million in earnings. We're going to see last year's Trotter of the Year in the sport, Lexus Cody. He's going to be the favorite here. Over $1.3 million he earned during a 7-year-old season. So looking for that first win, I should say first time he's going to be the favorite tonight. Just his 4th start, looking for his 2nd win of the season.
Yeah, really looking forward to it, as we are going to get that bonus coverage, and we're going to post-parade and take a look at the field. And you start seeing some very familiar names for folks that follow standardbred harness racing throughout the season. Lexus Cody's the name that stands out. But from a driver standpoint, too, you start seeing some of those big names. We've got Dexter Dunn, you can see Aki Svanstedt, and you've got a whole list of real top drivers in the game.
This is a grade 3. It's going to bring the who's who of the sport out and give the namesake, one of the who's who of harness racing as well. Chris, JL Cruise, 75-time winner. He earned over $2 million. He was the first ever sub-50 trotter in the history of that place right there, the Meadowlands. So he went the first mile under 150, went again 149 and 4 back in 2017. That was the last season John Campbell was in the bike of the sport, of course, one of the all-time greats. He was a pilot that night aboard JL Cruise.
And when you do get bonus coverage, you might be asking yourself, why are we getting bonus coverage here? And it's going to be early in the card. Short delay there at the Meadowlands. Let's go to Jessica Otten with more.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, under a short delay earlier on in the night here at the Meadowlands due to the heat index. So I'm sure if you are out and about, I feel like anywhere in North America, it's been quite warm over the last couple of days with the real feel being over 100 degrees. So they decided to delay the races a bit tonight. Original post time was going to be 6 p.m. They moved it back to 7 p.m. and then they delayed it just a little while longer, about 20 minutes after 7, until they got the first race undergoing here at the Big M. Just for the safety of the horses and the drivers, of course, they always come first, so it's going to kind of smush our show together a little bit, but it'll bring us bonus coverage. As Gabe said, we are going to see last year's Dan Patch Trotter of the Year, Lexus Cody, return to the Big M tonight. Back to you guys.
Loose wheel. She's another horse whisperer. She went on the...
Chris comes off a runner-up effort at Pocono last out, Chris, but he was defeated at 1-9. A little bit of a step up for him tonight.
Dexter Dunn's going to have the driving duties on the 2.
The elder statesman, the 10-year-old Eidos Kronos, Italian-bred, looking for his first win of the year.
And there's the 3.
Up Your Deo, shoes off tonight. We'll see if that helps for trader driver Oka Svanstedt.
Osceola is going to be the number 4.
Yeah, Shipset here mainly applies his trade north of the border at the Woodbine Mohawk Park. Looking here at the Big M for his 4th win of the season. He's a big long shot, though, 17-1.
Currently the favorite, 3-5, Yannick Gingras, Lexus Cody.
Last year's $1 million international trot winner, 16 of 33. Lexus Cody is the Big M. That's a 48% win clip.
Long shot here towards the outside, the 6, amazing catch.
The richest standardbred ever sold at public auction, $1.85 million. He had some fertility issues, though, but does have 4 wins in the season.
And Jason Bartlett on the 7 at 5-1.
Notice a little bit of a half-mile specialist. He likes to win 21 out of 48, but usually does his best work over at Yonkers. Just 1 career win of those 21 wins have come at the Meadowlands.
And, of course, don't forget about Naira Bets. You can get involved in all the action now in New Jersey. Get involved at Naira Bets. It's now live in New Jersey. Download the app. Get involved with Naira Bets today. Get that new customer bonus as well, of course, at Naira Bets, and just a fantastic thing to be a part of. And New Jersey customers got to be excited. You can go to NairaBets.com/NJ for details.
No question about that. We want to get in on the action, send it in here, and what a night to do so with all this stakes racing.
And let's go trackside one more time with Jess.
I love this older division of the trotters here, the free-for-all trotters. They're going to take place up next year at the Big M. Really newly renamed the JL Cruise, who Gabe mentioned earlier on. Just a true warhorse in his own fashion. It's a good group of trotters we have here, a field of 7. And we're going to see Eidos Kronos and Lexus Cody meet up once again after facing off up at Mohawk in the free-for-all trot. I'm going to put Lexus Cody on the top of my ticket. He's your 3-5 favorite right now for the Hall of Fame duo of Yannick Gingras and Ron Burke. work. He come from well off of the pace up at Mohawk, scoring his first win in 3 starts in his 2026 campaign. And Ronnie was quoted last time up at Mohawk saying that it's about the time he kind of got rolling last season. Maybe a discouraging line in the Cutler. He was parked well past the half through a 54-4 opening half. He still trotted home 27-1 and trotted his mile in 50 and change. So you can't really fault him for that. I think he's finally getting his feet under himself and rolling. I think he's going to be hard to beat in this spot. He gets a perfect middle pack post. And I just think he really loves the Big M. I think he's a horse for the course, and he does most of his best work here. You're going to get 3 to 5 on him, and I'm going to use the other horse taking a majority of the money underneath. 5 to 2 on the 2, Etos Kronos. He did the heavy lifting through that middle half of the mile up at Mohawk last time out. He's still in search of his first win of 2026, and he is a 10-year-old. I was watching him score down here just a couple of seconds ago. He looks good out on the track. Sometimes he can indicate if he's not going to be on his game, if he doesn't score down well. I thought he looked just fine. So we will see what he has in store tonight. 1 to 2 on Lexus Cody, the reigning Dan Patch Trotter of the Year. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jess. And like the Naira Bet says, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Tonight is the night to get involved. Gabe Pruitt, it's race number 3. What's going to kick off your selections for the evening?
You know, I'm going to take a swing against Lexus Cody. I do concede he is obviously the one to beat. You see that odds board pretty well indicates that at 1 to 2. Again, nearly $2 million in career earnings. It comes off a sharp win up there at Woodbine Mohawk Park. It's not going to shock me to see him win, but I think an interesting long shot here, Chris, is the 3 Up Your Deo. This guy making just his 3rd start of the season for trader driver Okas Fonstedt. Hey, he's back on the big track here at the Meadowlands. His first couple of tries have been over the half-mile track at Yonkers. I don't think he gets around that track all that well. And again, they're removing the shoes tonight. That's a key equipment deal with the standardbreds. Obviously, you can't get away with it every single week, but it really lightens them up. And it tells me that Okas Fonstedt's going to take an aggressive shot here with Up Your Deo. He did that a couple of years ago with Up Your Deo, and he pulled off a 43-1 upset in the New Jersey Sire Stakes.
Lexus Cody coming into this race, I mean, by reputation, is that warranting the 3 to 5 price that we're seeing right now? It seems a little short as far as the price might be concerned, and it does give you that option to kind of look elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I mean, it's just a little bit of an underlay on the board right now as far as I'm concerned. I mean, we knew he was going to be odds on. Richest standardbred of the sport last year, over $1.3 million. So he's deserves to carry the banner of the favorite. I just don't think he's invincible. Like I said, good group here with nearly $9 million in combined earnings throughout the field of 7.
Yeah, as far as when they leave and when they basically start the race, who do you think is going to really set the tempo and who's going to be kind of going for it and maybe get brave up front?
I think there's no question about it. The second choice here, Etos Kronos, is going to be pushing off the wings. That's sort of his preferred style. Again, I think Up Your Deo, the 3, could also lead there with pulling the shoes tonight. And I do think, obviously, at some point, Yannick Gingras is going to put the favorite Lexus Cody, whether he brushes to the lead maybe on the backstretch or leaves, from the outset. But he's not going to be leaving much into chance, as I'm sure, he believes he has the best horse and the one to beat in the field.
And Sir Pinocchio to the outside. A lot of kind of minor slices here in the last few paces. Any type of exact opportunity, maybe on the win end?
Again, just 1 of 9 at the Meadowlands, so he's not done a tremendous amount of good work at the Meadowlands in the past. He's got a lot of early speed, though, so I think Jason Bartlett will be taking a look left to see if he can push off the wings as well.
Time to see what happens. It's the Grade 3. It's the JL Cruise bonus coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Let's go to Ken Workington, track announcer at the Meadowlands, for the call.
3 to 5 on the 5, Lexus Cody, and at 2 to 1, the 2 Etos Kronos. Trotters on gate, 3rd race, ready for start. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. Sir Pinocchio in blast-off mode on the outside. Quick speed there. Lexus Cody just floated away with Osceola to his inside, followed by Etos Kronos on the rail. Stacks them up at 3 deep into the first turn. So Chapper Craze, he is now settling in 5th on the inside. Up Your Deo is unhurried 6th. And then comes Amazing Catch, the early trailer. Sweeping to the lead, it's Lexus Cody, the big favorite here with Yannick Gingras. So Sir Pinocchio pockets up for now, off a quarter of 27 4/5 off the turn across the backstretch. Etos Kronos tracking in 3rd position. Osceola is 4th. And then it's Chapper Craze, gapped a bit in 5th, followed by Up Your Deo. And still trailing Amazing Catch. No changes across the backstretch following Lexus Cody, the big 1-5 favorite looking to win again. Under a tight rein with Yannick Gingras rating the pace here. Sir Pinocchio, a pocket ride behind that big favorite. Atos Chronos third. Osceola is fourth. Launching to the outside, Up Your Deo, followed by Chapper Craze on the inside and Amazing Catch. The half a rated 55 seconds. Onto the far turn they go with 3/8 to go. It's Lexus Cody. The ball's in his court. Tracked all the way by Sir Pinocchio on the inside. Up Your Deo now third on the outside, gathering momentum third. Atos Chronos stayed in fourth, stride for stride there with Chapper Craze up second over. He's gathering momentum. Now fourth on the outside, all set to come three high as they turn for home off 3/4. A well-rated Lexus Cody in front. The one to track down into the stretch drive. It's Lexus Cody, and he is confronted by Up Your Deo on the outside, who pours it on. He's game first over with August Fonstad. It is Up Your Deo coming on. Lexus Cody sprinting with him. Lexus Cody up to the task. Lexus Cody holds off Up Your Deo. Then Atos Chronos and Chapper Craze. 1:49.4.
Wild game through the lane. It looked like Up Your Deo was going to be prime for a victory, but Lexus Cody digs in at 1-5. Short price gets the win.
Yes, Lexus Cody, dug in to get it. This is why he is the champion that he is. I thought for a moment, yes, we could be able to roll by there, pull off an 11-1 upset, but a good solid second for Up Your Deo. But Lexus Cody, the champ, now makes it 2 in a row, 2 of 4, last year's Trotter of the Year.
Impressive victory there on that bonus coverage from the JL Cruise, and now it's time to head out to Scioto Downs, Columbus, Ohio. Jenna Otten is going to be trackside, and we got their 7th race coming up, and let's do a post parade as they are coming onto the track, and they're getting set for a 1-mile pace, $50,000 purse. Full field in here, and we got 8 set to go, and they come onto the track, and right now we're going to take a look at the one. It's Austin Hanners with the driving duties on Zoom call.
Double-digit odds here, 1 of 2 in the field for the sport's second all-time leading trader, Virgil Morgan Jr.
The 2 is going to be there at 9-2 right now, and that's going to be Bad Girl Up.
Good early speed. I think she'll get out of there and get some position. I actually think she could knock off the favorite here.
And the 3, here's Justin Irvine on Laughing 2.
Western New York based around the Buffalo area here for trader Jim Graham. She's ripped off 3 in a row, including a $50,000 stakes win last out, but this is her toughest task.
The 4 at 7-1 cruising to the pier.
Coming off a scratch sick. We'll see if she can step up her game, but she has 3 wins so far in the season.
7-5 currently on the board. That's going to be the 5, Chris Page, Seaside Shuffle.
Made over $400,000 last year as a 2-year-old. She was on the board 10 of 12 starts. She's been a little short of the end of it here this year, but I do see they're adding Lasix tonight. That could help for the first time.
4-1 on the 6, and Tyler Smith, Rodina Blue.
Tyler Smith's choice in here over a couple of others, a 2 and 7. He's going to be in the bike there. Comes off an even 4th from Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Long shot, She's Lit, the 7.
She's Lit, just 2 out of 17 lifetime. Lots of early speed in this race. That's typical the way she likes to race. It'll be interesting to see if she can get out of there and get any position.
Another 20-1 shot odds on Trickster, the 8.
The most lightest racehorse in the racer. Just 4 career starts. Tough post tonight. She'll have to, have a lot of luck, I think, to get into play.
That's the start of a pick 4. Jen Otten is trackside, of course. She's got a pick 4 and plenty more out of Scioto.
Yeah, thanks, guys. This was a tough sequence to put together for the $1 pick 4. Having to go 3 deep here in leg 1. I used the 2, 4, and 5 Seaside Shuffle being my top selection there with the first start, Lasix. I have to go 3 deep in leg 2 as well. That would be the 3, 5, and 6. My top choice in there, Vanna by the River. She is coming off of a 2nd place finish. She looks for her 3rd win of the season. There in leg 4, my pick 4 selections would be the 5 and the 8, having to slim down that ticket just a little bit. And then in the payoff leg, I go 4, 6. That is the first division of the next generation. I'm going to use Kiss Me If You Can on the top in there, the 2-year-old filly trot that will close out the first $1 pick 4 of the evening. We get underway here with Sire Stakes action. It's the 3-year-old fillies on the pace, and we'll hear what Chris and Gabe have to say.
Thanks very much, Jenna. And yeah, getting ready for a pick 4, and I know Gabe Pruitt likes to get involved in a pick 4, but there was the ticket there at $36. Lexus Cody, you see the results in the payouts there from the JL Cruise, short price favorite on top. Gabe's pick rounds out the exacta, but back to the 7th race, start of a pick 4. You could go a few different ways. You got 3-2 on the 5 right now. Where did you end up going?
I'm going to go to the deuce here. And, the 5 Seaside Shuffle, and I think she's getting a lot of action, Chris, really based on reputation. I mentioned she was, one of the best fillies in Ohio last year. She earned over $400,000 on the board, 10 of 12. This year, though, just 1 out of 6, and she's, she's lost a couple of races. I thought she likely should have won. She's gotten a little tired at the end of it. Again, the only variable change here tonight, and it was a late change, not even programmed here. They are adding Lasix, the therapeutic medication Lasix, for the first time. So perhaps there was some sort of issue there. The Lasix could help clean up. So it's really a question: is she going to bounce back the filly that we all saw last year, or is she going to continue to tail off a bit here? And I do look for reasons to be favorites. I'm still going to try and take a swing against her here. I think with a horse that's no question clearly stepping in the right direction, and that's the 2 Bad Girl Up.
Bad Girl Up coming off of that win last time out, and what really kind of pointed you in that direction? Do you feel like that 9-2 is going to be a fair price from a wagering standpoint?
I think it's better than anticipated, quite honestly. This horse was, now I see clicks down to 3-1. I still think, 5-2, 3-1 areas where we'll get, because again, I think the lion's share of this action is going to continue to drift towards the favorite Seaside Shuffle. But I think Bad Girl Up can get out of the gate. I think she actually may get to sit on the favorites back here, Chris, and that's really the most preferred trip in harness racing. These horses by nature, they like to sit, they like to draft along. So I think if we can sit and draft for the 2 Bad Girl Up, possibly we can pull off a little bit of a minor upset.
Looking forward to that 7th at Scioto. Let's go back out for some thoroughbred action. Let's go back out to Los Alamitos. Todd Schrupp and the team. It's their 9th at Los Al.
Hey, Chris, before the fireworks and 4th of July celebrations, we've got one more race on this card. And just like Saratoga earlier today, no matter who wins the last, we got a carryover in the pick 6. So $58,000 in the pick 6 carryover into the Sunday Thoroughbred card. This last race, a California bred 1 mile optional claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. We're up to the 3 Majestic Palisades.
Horse who's coming out of a sprint race, stretching back out, will probably be on or close to the lead.
The 4 is Nowhere, Michelle.
Interesting horse. He got beat by Fight Back in his last dirt route. He's been on the grass in his last couple. He's intriguing here and not without a shot.
Boy, amazing, Simon, how horses, once they figure it out, they stay in form. Fight Back took 15 tries to get the first win of his career. Now he's back-to-back wins.
He also had 15 tries on the turf, and when they put him on the dirt, he's undefeated. I think he makes it 3 in a row here.
Scratch the 6, Otto's Magic. Scratch the 7, JT's Watch. That brings us to the 8, Sonio Divino.
Sonio Divino, these connections already had a winner on the card. Today he'll stretch out in distance, and I think he just needs some pace to run at to have a good finish.
The 8 is Scatolata Ding Dong, going from the turf to the dirt.
Yeah, we've seen that move play out here at Los Alamitos quite often, and they're sitting up there at 5-1 for Leonard Powell.
And our final horse here is the 10, Love the Pressure, currently up on the board at 6-1.
Not sure what to do with this one. Broke his maiden routing on the grass. Last 2 efforts have been against Stakes Company, but he has been absolutely nowhere to be seen. Comes in off of a layoff. He's been training okay, but down at San Luis Rey, so visually we just don't know how good it is.
We're about a minute away from the 9th and final at Los Alamitos, but the field is in motion out at Scioto Downs.
Race from Scioto Downs, field of 8 to kick off the mid-card. Pick 4 at the post, and here they go. Here, off and a pacing Bad Girl Up gets the first call. Laughing 2 sent away, center of the track, Seaside Shuffle. In at the rail is a Zoom Call from the outside. Odds on Trickster looking for an early seat, cruising to the piers next inside, followed by Rodina Blue in the trailer. She's lit. Over to the quarter, Bad Girl Up made the lead. Seaside Shuffle at 3-5, left for position, but there were no seats. She'll find one at the front of the bus as they chug on over to the quarter. Laughing 2 is their third. 26-3 opening panel. Racing 4th. Zoom Call in to be 5th as they pass the stands. Odds on Trickster. Then cruising to the pier. Rodina Blue, and she's led under the line. Seaside Shuffle, the 3-5 favorite, showing the way, setting the tempo. Bad Girl Up will get the trip. Laughing 2, 3rd, 4th is Zoom Call. Next and 5th is Odds on Trickster as they drive on over to the half, cruising to the pier to the inside. Followed by Rodina Blue, and she's led. No changes in the second quarter. 56-3 for the half. No one moving. Chris took advantage. 30 flat in the second split. Onto the back stretch, and Seaside Shuffle in command. Bad Girl Up, tracking second. In line third is Laughing 2. Staying in, Zoom Call, out and on the move. Rodina Blue begins that overland route, and she is showing that closing kick here in the third quarter. She rolls right up alongside the leader, and she has the momentum as they come to three quarters. It's Seaside Shuffle inside. Rodina Blue on the outside. Batgirl Up has had the trip. A length back. Laughing 2 trying to get in gear alongside She's Lit. 125 for three quarters. 28-2 backside. Zoom Call inside, outside. Cruising to the pier. And Odds On Trickster out the back door trails into the stretch. Seaside Shuffle with the lead. Rodina Blue will not go away. She's continuing to dig. Bad Girl Up inside to the wire. Rodina Blue. Rodina Blue from Bad Girl Up. Seaside Shuffle, and She's Lit. 152.
Naftis getting the mid-race company of Majestic Palisades. Nowhere is a length and a half away third from Sonio Divino. Scatalotta Ding Dong inching.
Of 3, and she's going to earn it the hard way, Chris. This was a first-up trip, applying pressure to the favorite, gets by, and gets it done narrowly.
Back to Los Alamitos, their ninth. Michael Runna with the call.
Racing. Nowhere speeds out of gate 4. Naftis showing good pace along the inside, and they have joint leadership greeting the judges with a lap to go. Sonio Divino is up running third on the outside of Majestic Palisades. Love the pressure a bit wide in fifth as the field strings out around the first turn. Fight back along the inside, a touch worse than midfield from Scatalotta Ding Dong and the Gypsy Cowboy. Into the back terrain, Naftis takes a 1.5 length lead from Nowhere, who's joined by Majestic Palisades. They share second. 4 lengths Sonio Divino travelling fourth. Fight back getting up along the inside to fifth at the 5/8 marker. Love the pressure splits horses. Scatalotta Ding Dong plots a wide course along the back stretch. The Gypsy Cowboy trails. They're covered by 14 lengths. Naftis getting the mid-race company of Majestic Palisades. Nowhere is a length and a half away third from Sonio Divino. Scatalotta Ding Dong inching forward on the outside to a level fourth. Pulls within 4 of the lead at the 3/8 pole. Then comes the grey Fight Back. He's followed around the far turn by the Gypsy Cowboy, who's commencing a move outside. Love the pressure inside the 5/16 pole. Naftis creeps away, leads for home 2.5 lengths from Nowhere and Majestic Palisades. Fight back, and on the inside Sonio Divino from Scatalotta Ding Dong and the Gypsy Cowboy, the widest runner. Naftis giving a bold sight. Reaches the 8th pole on a 4-length lead. Fight back second. The Greys are 1-2. The Gypsy Cowboy has come from the rear. He is finishing with a flourish. Naftis at 19-1 holds on grimly. The Gypsy Cowboy's flying at him. They come to the wire. The Gypsy Cowboy nails Naftis. Fight back third. Majestic Palisades fourth. Nowhere fifth.
Oh, what a finish here in the 9th and final. There's always a theme to everything, and it seems like we've mentioned several times today. Did you know this is the longest stretch run in North America? Here's a great example. The Gypsy Cowboy needed every inch.
We've seen some finishes today where if you back the wire up 100, 150 feet, we'd have different results. And you can see what happened here. Naftis pretty much had the lead mid-stretch, and here comes the Gypsy Cowboy, and down on the inside, Fight Back. Well done to the connections here. 2-1-5-3.
Michelle, that is a gross beat if you had the one Naftis at 19-1.
I mean, within the last 4 strides, I thought 2 or 3 different horses were going to win this race. The Gypsy Cowboy there flying down the outside. I think we've seen several races today, Todd, where the outside has been the place to be late.
2-1-5-3 posted on the board. Our final race on this 4th of July at Los Alamitos, and that is 7-2 over 19-1 over 3-1 over 4-1. But because of the start of a 40-1 shot in the pick 6, we were on our way towards a carryover, and that will happen in the pick 6 when they resume racing here on Sunday. It'll be a $58,000 carryover in the pick 6. But now, while we're done here at Los Alamitos, there is more coming up on America's Day at the Races. Great to be with you guys. Happy 4th of July.
Likewise. Back at you, yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your 4th. For Michelle, Simon Bray, I'm Todd Schrupp. Until next time, may all your photo finishes be winning ones. But coming up, more great standardbred action here on America's Day at the Races.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Back here on America's Day at the Races on FS1, and you see the winner's presentation to Lexus Cody's been doing it for a while, trained by Ron Burke, who knows how to get to the winner's circle, of course, and Lexus Cody takes down the JL Cruise, part of our bonus coverage here on America's Day at the Races. 1 to 5 a short price, and you do take a look at those prices. Got second there with your top
Yeah, we tried there to put a bid in against the 1 to 5 choice, but not a bad exacta, Chris. $7.30 for a buck, but Lexus Cody, again, 2 wins in his last couple of starts. Now 11 wins last year when he was the Trotter of the Year. He does appear to be back on track for the sport's all-time leading trader Ron Burke, over 16,000 career wins.
And over at Scioto Downs, of course, we saw their 7th race, and we saw a good performance there from Rodina Blue. We talked about Tyler Smith and taking his choice and his selections on driving duties, and Rodina Blue was able to get the victory. And nice little price on top, and your top selection once again. Nothing wrong with silver, Gabe. Nothing wrong with silver. You come up second there with that.
Rubbing it in, my friend. Geez, it's been a second-itis type of night here to start the show. Hopefully we can circle the wagons and turn things around. But yes, you speak of driver's choices. I think it's important to note, particularly on young horses, the way it works in the standardbred racing game. Any trainer can list whatever driver they would like to drive their horse. Now, if the sheet comes out when they do the draw, and if there are multiple horses, that have the same driver, they get to choose literally which one they want. So Tyler's choice of 3 in there, and obviously he made the right one.
Look at that beautiful setting there. We are at Saratoga Racecourse, of course, and Gabe and I are sitting near the paddock, and we're bringing you all the action. Chris Griffin, Gabe Pruitt, and it's going to be standardbreds the rest of the way here, Gabe, as we thank our team there at Los Al. But we've got the 4th coming up at Meadowlands, and it's going to be a field of 9 that's going to go postward. And taking a look at Jailbird Jog right now at 6 to 5. James McDonald with the driving duties. They're going to be 3-year-olds. They're going to go 1 mile. Early thoughts here before we get into a post parade.
Well, the thought is she's a little bit short of the board there. 4 to 1 morning line. That is my top choice. Was hoping she'd be a little bit higher. She still could drift up, of course. But again, 33,000 on the line here, Chris. This is a bit of a prep race for one of the biggest races in the sport for 3-year-old trotting fillies. That's the Hambletonian Oaks. It goes for $500,000, and it's just about a month away. 8 of the 9 fillies here that go to the post are Hambletonian Oaks eligible.
All right, post parade time here. We saw the one I'd take. Oh, we're going to go to Nezuko Kamado. That's who we're going to go to here. 5 to 2, your second choice, to talk about Nezuko Kamado right now going into this effort.
Yeah, Nezuko Kamado. This is upstate New York here as well. Not all that far from where we are, but Vernon Downs. Nezuko Kamado. She started her 3-year-old season off 2-4-2, named after a fictional A9 character, Chris, but you didn't know that from Demon Slayer. I'm still not quite sure what that is, but you'll see her circle up here down the center of the track. She's going to roll by and deliver. This was nearly a $200,000 race in the Empire Breeders' Classic, and she just coached home, wins it quite in hand.
There is Nezuko Kamado, who's coming into this effort again as your second choice now, 9 to 5, clicking down, and it is post-parade time. Now it's going to be the one, I Take the Cake, Yannick Gingras.
Got nailed late last time while on the lead. She is the only horse in the field not Hambletonian Oaks eligible.
And the 2 is going to be Creator Dexter Dunn. There he is, 24 to 1, a big long shot.
1 of 8 last year, too, but this one has not raced, Chris, since mid-October last year. I think it's just going to be a tall order to see her step up here against some very top-shelf talent off that long of a layoff. I think she might need a starter, too.
Certainly has the connections there. Here is the 3 who we spoke about, Scott Zeron, Nezuko Kamado.
6 of 11 last year, made over $500,000. Now 2 in a row. She is rolling right now.
And there is Matt Kakaley, the 4 leading lady, 5 to 1.
Second over there last time. Ended up second, but I was a little disappointed. Driver Scott Zeron chooses off to drive the 3 here, but the leading lady second time Lasix tonight.
7 to 5, Jailbird Jog.
Owned by the fractional group of stables. I'm sure that she has a lot of fans there tonight. James McDonald, the perennial leading driver at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
What a race, Hanover, 40 to 1 right now, the 6.
How about the Hanover Shoe Farms? They've been in business 100 years. They produced over $1 billion in earnings. You see the name Hanover all over the sport of harness racing.
59 to 1, the 7, Our Perfect Goo.
She was $360,000 as a yearling. 3 of 13, early speed typically, how she likes to do it, but she's a big long shot.
Long shot, and again to the outside, Jason Bartlett, days away.
Yeah, she comes out of the $225,000 New Jersey stake last out. Into 5th, beating a couple of links, but tough post here tonight.
And the 9's going to be Andrew McCarthy, 7 to 1.
Yeah, did win an overnight, or I should say stake last out at Yonkers there. Got it done. But going to be, again, tricky here from this post. That was her first win in 5 tries this season.
Let's go out to Jess at the Meadowlands.
Thanks, guys. A very competitive field of 9 of 3-year-old filly trotters. Up next, as Gabe had mentioned, this is the trail to the Hambletonian Oaks in that first week of August this year. I really think that this race is more telling than the top board is saying. I think that there's 4 fillies in this race that really have a solid chance of winning. The 3, the 4, the 5, and the 9. I ended up putting Nezuko Kamado on the top of my ticket, coming off of back-to-back wins. As you can see, she's undefeated so far in her 3-year-old campaign. She just missed in that Breeders' Crown final up at Mohawk last season. She's parked every step of the way, and the good Goldsmith made here in her final 2-year-old start last season. Over $700,000 in the bank. She's pretty versatile, too. She's got plenty of early speed to get involved. But she can come from well off the pace when needed to. She is going to draw a good post in post 3, and I think all of her main rivals come to her outside. Leading Lady, second-time Lasix for her. I put her on my ticket. She was just a neck back after Madame Chevelle in that New Jersey Sire Stake final. I think Madame Chevelle comes up later on the card tonight, but I thought she raced quite well, parked the middle half of the mile. Jailbird Jog, she had all of the dirty work in that New Jersey Sire Stakes final. Post 9, 3 wide, 27-4 before making the lead. She just faltered at the end of it. She was pretty strong in each one of those 3 outings prior to that. Then I mentioned the 9 Emma Mystery CCL. She's coming off of a nose win over at Yonkers in that New York mile. So I really think that those 4 horses, it might just kind of come down to the trip and who isn't used and abused too hard early on in the mile. The 3-2 current favorite right now is the 5 Jailbird Jog. James McDonald will take over the driving on that one. I'm going to stick with the 3 at 8-5, Nezuko Kamado. Back to you guys.
Sticking with the 3, any last thoughts here before they go off?
No, still a little disappointed in the price here, Jailbird Jog, but from post number 5, I'm going to stick with her. I think she will be under aggressive handling.
All right, let's see what happens here. It's the 4th. It's 1 mile. It's a trot, and it's Ken Workington with the call.
At 6-5, the 5 Jailbird Jog. 8-5 on the 3 Nezuko Kamado. At 5-1, the 4 Leading Lady. The filly is on gate. Race 4. Here they come. Three-year-old filly is off and trotting. What a race. Hanover had her nose on the gate, and she goes for the lead here for Jonathan Ali. Creator from the inside off to a pretty good start. Cuts the corner there on Nezuko Kamado. 3rd on the outside. And that is Emma's Mystery CCL sweeping up on the outside. 4th and gaining now. I Take the Cake just floated away. Stride for stride with her. And then it's Jailbird Jog on the inside with Leading Lady. Going off stride off the course. Creator avoiding that one. Our Perfect Goo, followed by Days Away, and Creator still off stride and trailing now. Soft quarter here, 28-2, soft pace across the backstretch. Nezuko Kamado, Scott Suran on the engine now. What a race, Hanover. Bump drafts the helmet 2nd. I Take the Cake is trotting in 3rd. Emma's Mystery CCL is 4th. A Jailbird Jog is 5th. And then it's Leading Lady 6th past the half. And A Perfect Goo is next underway. Days Away on the outside. And that distant trailer, Creator. The half up in just 57-1. Nezuko Kamado putting the field to sleep here. What a race. Hanover the inside. 2nd, I Take the Cake stays in. Here comes Jailbird Jog on the outside. Soon to be 3rd and gaining as they head to 3/4. Staying in and shuffled back was Emma's Mystery CCL. Stride for stride there with Leading Lady. She's 2nd over, but gapping her cover some as it picks up here. Nezuko Kamado. And Jailbird Jog threatens on the outside. What a race, Hanover in the pocket. 1:25 for 3/4. And they trot for home. Nezuko Kamado, game first over. Jailbird Jog keeps plugging away with What a Race, Hanover on the inside. 3rd, Leading Lady with some late trot to the wire. Nezuko Kamado needs the wire. Jailbird Jog inching in. Jailbird Jog coming on. Nezuko Kamado and Jailbird Jog hit the line together. Then Leading Lady. And What a Race, Hanover. Photo for win. 152-1.
Felt like 2 horses really separated themselves from the rest, and it was a match race to the finish. Looks like the 3, Nezuko Kamado, over the 5, Jailbird Jog.
Yeah, Nezuko Kamado, Chris, pace makes the race. As we all know, she just got away with a very pedestrian pace here. That opening half mile was in 57 and a 5th. She trotted her back half in 55 seconds. So, that's about a 10-length differential there. It just made her tough to catch. And when she's trotting that fast in the front end, it made it very tough for Jailbird Jog to try and make up that ground off the back of the pack there. You see, she did make it very close, but a well-rated Nezuko Kamado. She's going to go 3 for 3 now to kick off her sophomore campaign.
Looking like 3-5-4. We'll wait for that to go official out at the Meadowlands. Let's go back to Scioto Downs as we've got race number 8 coming up, $50,000, a 1-mile pace. It's Ohio Sire Stakes, of course, and we got a post parade coming out. A field of 8 going postward. Brett Miller, the 1 Adeline Blue Chip.
Winless in 12 tries. Big long shot here, but Trader Bull Brown's been driving. He turns it over to one of the professionals here at the Colony, Brett Miller, tonight.
All right, the 2 is going to be at 14-1. That's going to be Odds on Dividend, who will be coming up on the screen here in just a second as the horses getting comfortable with the track there at Scioto.
Of course, driver Mike Wilder here. This one's been consistently close, Chris, 1 of 14, but 10 of 14 on the board.
Tyler Smith's got one already. We just saw Sassy by the Sea, the 3.
She started her season 3 in a row, but the last time against similar company is an even 4th.
There is the 4. It's Simi at 92.
She's 3 for 3 when she's paced. Her only 2 losses, she broke stride, went into a gallop, so when she's paced, she's been great.
Chris Page, the 5 at 3-2.
Probably the favorite here from the Team Burke, on the board 5 out of 6 this year for the top connections.
Vanna by the River is the 6th, 7-2.
I think she is going to leave and leave fast here. I do give her a big chance here. I think she's going to push off the wings to get position.
And 24-1, Austin Hanners, Juliet Capulet.
Juliet Capulet, how about 35 starts here for the 3-year-old? She's raced quite a bit, primarily last year at the county fairs in Ohio. They have 67 county fairs that hold harness racing in Ohio.
27-1, long shot towards the outside, the 8.
Big long shot will have her work cut out here from a tricky spot.
All right, plenty still going on. It's break time here on America's Day in the Races. Come on back, and we got race number 8 from Scioto and plenty more.
Love Acres Ranch, home of California's leading active lifetime sire. Stay thirsty, sire of unusual heat turf classic winner, Vodka Vodka.
Vodka Vodka or Hey Jesse, Vodka Vodka wins the unusual heat turf classic.
Also standing, 2-year-old champion Phineas, as well as California's first son of Quality Road at Stud, Hopkins. Stay thirsty, Phineas and Hopkins, all standing at Love Acres Ranch for the love of the game.
It pays to be Calbred.
It's a big day.
That horse get on the street with fruit.
I'll build them a home where the stars agree that love is a pasture.
It's okay.
Where wild hearts run free.
Whether you maintain a food plot on the weekends, tend to a small herd of livestock, or work in professional landscaping, New Holland's family of Workmaster and Boomer compact tractors at Clinton Tractor can get the job done. Known for delivering outstanding value for their performance, these reliable, powerful, and easy to operate New Holland compact tractors will help you tackle your to-do list while being easy on your wallet.
We are the leader in service, Clinton Tractor.
ClintonTractor.net.
America's Day at the Races here in Saratoga. Gabe Pruitt and I just holding it down, but it's Scioto Downs. It's their 8th race coming up. It is 1 mile. It's a pace. Currently it's 6-5. The 5 right now is the favorite, Chris Page, with the driving duties. We're going to send it out to Jenna Otten with plenty more.
I'm just going to take a slight chance against the favorite here with the 6, Vanna by the River, who's currently on the tote board right now at 2-1 after being 0 for 10 last season. She's got a couple wins to her resume this season. She's a mare that likes to be forwardly placed. I don't know how Ronnie's going to be able to do that with her tonight. A lot of ones up and down her program page this season. She set the pocket last week and was just second best behind Rodeo Dancer. There's a ton of speed to her inside. I think there's going to be a lot of guys here that are pushing the wings away, looking looking for a spot up front. I think Ronnie's got to get away about 3rd, 4th, 5th, maybe find a helmet and cover her up to the top of the stretch. She has been stellar this year, again, after going winless last season. She's closing in on $90,000 made, but still looking for that first win, or the first win here at Scioto Downs. She's got a mark of 53-2. I think you get the addition of Ronnie Wren Jr. in the bike. I think that is all systems go for me. Horse that's taking all of the money and has been throughout is that 5-horse Lottie Da, coming off of a pocket-sitting win in the Sire Stakes for the Burke Brigade. She looks for her 2nd win of the season. This is the last division of the Ohio Sire Stakes for 3-year-old filly pacers, and I think it is the most competitive one of them all. It is going to be tough in here. A lot of horses with a lot of early gate speed. I wonder how Chris and Gabe see race 8 playing out.
Thanks, Jenna. Yeah, and you know how Gabe feels right now. We're trying to get over a little second-itis. We're looking for some gold here, but the 6, you felt like Vanna by the River has got a real shot.
Yes, and that's not just because I live at a van down by the river. I think this filly has talent. She's got a lot of early speed. And one thing about it, Chris, the 5 does come off a nice win, but it was a perfect trip win. I like to bet against horses that come off perfect trip wins a lot. Odds are things aren't going to fall in their lap quite as easily next time out. So I just think 6 Vanna by the River is going to get off the gate, as Jenna mentioned, kind of create her own luck and get out there for some good early position.
Got one long shot in there for me. I mean, we're taking a look at the 5 and the 6. Anybody that at a price?
Yeah, I think that there are several horses here that could be in the number. I did spot that driver change, even to the one Adeline Blue Chip, Brett Miller here in the bike for the first time. She's one that could, obviously step her game up. I think with that being the situation, is I believe we have one off stride and far back.
Yeah, one off stride there at the far back.
It's the 4.
It is the 4. Okay, see me is the 4. It's Barry Victroy. It's the 8th race at Scioto with the call.
Ohio Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly pacers for the 8th. Field of 8 will start a $1 pick 3, and here they go. They're off, and the inquiry sign will go up to check if 4 See Me made the fair start poll. She didn't. She is refusing to work tonight. Out for the lead, odds on Dividend. Steps out for the lead. Driving up on the outside is Lottie Da. 3 wide. Vanna by the River to the inside 4th. Adeline Blue Chip. Next is Sassy by the Sea. Followed by Juliet Capulet. And Pina Come is racing in 7th. Far back to See Me. 26-4 opening quarter. Vanna by the River moves to the top. Lottie Da's now 2nd. Odds on Dividend 3rd. Gap to 2.5. Almost 3 back to Adeline Blue Chip in 4th. Racing 5th. Sassy by the Sea. Then Juliet Capulet. Pina Come and See Me. Far back over 2.5. Vanna by the River controlling the tempo up top. Lottie Da following from a loose pocket. Odds on Dividend 3rd. Adeline Blue Chip a little closer in 4th is followed by Sassy by the Sea. Inside Juliet Capulet. Pina Come comes to the outside. See Me out of it. 54-4 for the half. It's Vanna by the River, and she is fired up, and a handful for Ronnie as he continues to try to rate her as they march to 3/4. The lead is 2.5. Lottie Da trying to work to reel her in is drifting down the backstretch. She's followed by odds on Dividend. Sassy by the Sea picks up the chase. She's in gear and rolling for Tyler Smith. 121-4, 27 flat backside. 5th as they come to the top of the stretch is Adeline Blue Chip. Juliet Capulet trying to rally into it as they come to the top of the stretch. Vanna by the River. Lottie down the outside, starting to get 2 or 3 wide. Sassy by the Sea into the passing lane. Odds on Dividend. Vanna by the River digging in. Lottie Da still coming. Vanna by the River will win it. From Lottie Da, Sassy by the Sea, and odds on Dividend, 150 flat.
Gabe Pruitt dialed in tonight those seconds, but now one to the winner's circle. Vanna by the River. Ronnie Wren Jr. gets the victory there. Does it on the front end, and it was over.
Yeah, it really was. And you really were watching Ronnie Wren's body language here in the race bike, Chris. He really was just cruising, and you say kind of geared down. You see he does get after a little bit in the stretch, but you see driver of the 5, Chris Page, there for a second. He's really getting after his filly there for a long way. She should have come up just second best here, but I think this was, going to be an even easier win that margin's going to indicate for Vanna by the River.
6-5 there in the exact. Was a situation at the beginning of the race there with the 4 See Me. Mentioned it before the start, but what happened there, Gabe, and what happens basically for the bettors?
She was off stride. These horses, of course, they don't gallop like the thoroughbreds. They pace, and you're going to see that she is going to go into a gallop far back there. You'll see behind the gate, they do have a fair start pole in the state of Ohio. I think it's about a 16th of a mile or so. So, driver Luke Hanners is trying to gather her up here and get her back at the pace. But as you can see, she just wants no part of it tonight. She's off stride. So if the horse did not reach the fair start pole, they will refund all bets on the 4C Me. So they'll be taking a look at that to conclude the business here for race 8.
All right, that was the situation with the 4. We'll let that go official, but it was the 6, Vanna by the River. We've got race number 5 coming up there at the Meadowlands. We got a field of 10 that will get set to go postward, and we do have a 1-mile trot. Early thoughts here before we go to a quick break here.
Well, I do want to mention for those out there in the gambling world, Chris, a super high 5 carryover, 20-cent high 5 carryover, better than 13,000 into the 5th race.
It's Saratoga. It's beautiful. We got standard breds. We got plenty more here on FS1, America's Day at the Races.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Another beautiful shot here of Saratoga. It's America's Day at the Races. It's FS1, and you and I are trackside, paddock side here, Gabe Pruitt. And we got a nice race coming up at Meadowlands, of course. We got their 5th coming up. We had that bonus coverage earlier. Taking a look at, looks like the winner there from race number 4. And let's clean things up.
Nezuko Kamado.
Nezuko Kamado, yes. And that's Scott Zeron with the driving duties for trainer Marcus Melander.
Yeah, really, not many fireworks here on July 4th in this one, Chris. You're going to see a couple of the short prices. The favorite's going to go 1-2, and the exact is still going to go over $10 for the $2 payout, but pretty formful finish in race number 4.
The number 4 was declared a refund and did not make the fair start there at race number 8 at Scioto, and so changes wagering a little bit. I mean, just as far as refund situation, but Vanna by the River got to the front and really just handled business.
Yeah, coached at home there. She actually drifted up. She was 2-1. I think she remained 2-1 even after the refund.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
did
obviously take a little bit of the starch out of the pools there when we refund any horse, but she's going to get it done here and dig in and deliver over the favorites. So the favorites there in inverted order with a nice effort down the road by Vanna by the River.
Vanna by the River gets the job done. 2 excuse me, 6, 5, 3. Some decent little payouts there, some short prices, but you do get a winner home. Gabe Pruitt is seeing the ball quite well so far. We'll see if that does continue with race number 5 at the Meadowlands. We're going to take a look at the field now, and there's a field of 10 that is set to go postward. A 1-mile trot. We'll have a post parade in just a moment, but early thoughts here going into tonight's 5th.
Yeah, we see a Custom up there right now, Chris, 9-5, the current price on a Custom. She's 2 of 4 so far this season. So she actually went down in the $300,000 Oak Grove Oaks in Western Kentucky. She better break there, but rallied to finish 4th after the miscue. But again, pretty well balanced field.
Yeah, it does look well balanced. There is the 1, and that's R-Row.
She comes off a break in stride her last start over at Yonkers as the 3-5 favorite.
Currently sitting on the board at 7-1. The 2 is going to be Nuance at 10-1.
Nuance, Marcus Melander, one of the sport's top young trainers. His brother Matthias at the bike.
And there is 3, Scott Zero. Looking for another one.
How about this? First full here. Her mom won the Hamiltonian, Ramona Hill.
Wow. 4 is Custom, 9-5.
Taking all that steam right now. Just missed a half length last out. Jason Bartlett teams up with trainer Per Ingblom.
Are going to look at a long shot here. Who Dares wins?
Shoes off last time in a win at Buffalo Raceway at a New York Sire Stakes win. Adds the shoes back on tonight.
The 6 is going to be Sugar Packet.
Just an $11,000 yearling. She's nearing it on $300,000 in her career, Chris, and they are going to take the shoes off tonight. Thought that was interesting.
The 7 is Yannick Gingras with the driving duties at 9-1.
Another Marcus Melander trainee here. Just a couple of starts as a 3-year-old. She's been solid. She's made over $250,000.
And 5-1 is what you're getting right now on the 8.
Isabella B. She got parked out there a bit last time with trainer Oka Sponstead in the bike. Missed a nose as the 4-5 favorite against a little lesser company at the Big M.
Dexter Dunn just floating up in price once again here. 26-1 Bratitude.
Over $500,000 a yearling, and you see why there. What a good-looking daughter. Tactical landing. She's won 2 of her last 3 into the night.
And Madame Cheval towards the outside, the 10 at 4-1.
That's the trick here. She just does not have an abundance of early speed. You know, this is sort of a prep race again for that Hamiltonian Oaks that goes for $500,000 next month. I think it's just a very tricky spot for her tonight to try and get involved from that tough post. You know, this is one of those I think is going to be a short price that I'll be taking a swing against.
Let's go to Jess, trackside at the Meadowlands.
Well, I definitely agree with Gabe in that Madame Cheval does not show a whole lot of her early speed, as she's going to have to start from post 10 in her division of the Reynolds for those 3-year-old filly trotters. But she's 4-1 on the board right now. I ended up putting her on the top of my ticket. She was the one that gunned down all of those speed horses in that New Jersey Sire Stakes final. 151-3. That set her a new lifetime mark. She came home in 26-3 that night. The week prior to that, she just got beat at the wire. A length and a quarter. She come home in 26-2. So she's got a good late kick to her. My only concern is how is she going to get somewhat involved from the outside of the gate when she doesn't show a whole lot of early speed. That doesn't mean she doesn't have it. We just haven't seen it. And like Gabe had mentioned as well, this is one of the last stops before that Hamiltonian Oak. So are they going to want to put everything on the table in here? I'm not sure, but I do think that she's got a game chance to win it. You're going to get 7-2 on her. Your current favorite is 6-5 on the 4 Custom. Per Engblom, Jason Bartlett teaming up here. She was parked past the quarter during that 27-4 opening panel in that New Jersey Sire Stakes final. She had the pocket. She was shuffled a bit. Never really had a chance to race until late. Ended up finishing 3rd. Beat a half a length, 51-3, 27 flat on the end of her mile. She was 3 of 8 last season, just shy of $50,000. 2 of 4 so far in her 3-year-old campaign. And she is nearing in on $80,000 for her 3-year-old season. This one does have a little bit of early speed, so I'm going to assume that she's going to be head facing towards the first turn. She's going to be leaving aggressively. I think she does a lot of her good work when she is near that action on the front end. It's a solid 10-4 for me in this division of the Reynolds for those 3-year-old filly trotters. Back to you guys.
Gabe, we've seen some separation favorites and long shots. This seemed like a more well-balanced, kind of evenly matched feel where you could maybe catch a bit of one of those mid-range prices, but you still end up kind of taking a look at the favorite here at short price.
Yeah, she was 9-2 in the morning line. We're taking a look at her right now, Chris. That's Custom, and she's a daughter of Walter. Again, 5 of 12 in her career. I think the fans are reacting to what Jess just mentioned. This filly had a lot of traffic trouble. She really had nowhere to go in the stretch. You know, I think that's one of the more important things in harness racing. You know, the trip really is everything. She just could not find a way out, and ended up 3rd, beating only a half length. Had she gotten out, I think she wins that race last week. Apparently, some of the fans do as well, making her the current favorite.
Do you think those bad trips really stand out more on the harness side of things because it's just more obvious.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, trip is obviously an important thoroughbred game as well, but it's just, above and beyond everything, the harness game. And the problem with it, Chris, a lot of times like this, I come back on custom here as well, the replays are so easily accessible. They're free right on the Meadowlands website. Most tracks have free replays available. And they tend to get overbet that next start. So a lot of times the value gets taken out, and I think that's what we're seeing here at 7-5. I did not expect custom to be this short of a price. I had her more than 5 to 2, 3 to 1 range. So I think right now we're having to settle for what seems to be a little bit of a half-price special.
Is that why we're seeing 3 to 1 right now on the 10 Madame Cheval being towards the outside there?
Yeah, there's no question. Post 10 going to inflate that price. Yeah, had she drawn inside here, this would be a fiddler that would take a ton of steam. She's 3 out of 4 in the year, made over $150,000. But again, it's a long year. This is, first and foremost a prep race, $33,000 on the line. But I just don't really see how she gets involved. It's possible driver Tim Tetrick may, do what they call floating off the gate, and you sort of try and find a little position somewhere mid-pack. You don't necessarily always have to gun to the front. That would shock me, quite frankly, if he tried that move with her tonight. But it's, strategy is everything, and that gentleman right there sitting behind Madame Cheval is going to have, a lot to try and navigate the night with that tricky post.
We also saw the two there, Nuance. And Matthias Mietlander, you're talking about brother to Marcus Mietlander. Have they teamed up a lot? Has this been a connection?
Yes. They are a 1-2 punch in the stable. Marcus Mietlander, just a very bright young trader. His brother Matthias helps out with the barn. He drives well, sits behind the horse, very nice. And, a lot of times Marcus will have multiple horses in races. That's the case here as well, as he trains both the 2 and the 7. So, he goes with his main man, Yannick Gingras, on the 7, Laney W. Well, his brother picks up quite a live mount here on Nuance.
Is there any horse that you can see outside of the ones that we've talked about that maybe's got a real nice trot in them here tonight?
Well, one thing I do want to mention, the 6 Sugar Packet. I talked about her being, a bargain yearling, just $11,000. She is not Hamiltonian Oaks eligible, so this is not a prep race tonight for her. The fact they're going to pull the shoes on her tonight, the daughter 6-pack, I think Joe Bongiorno is going to be very aggressive. I think that can put the 6 in the business here at the end of the day.
We are rocking and rolling right now. It's race number 5. It's the Meadowlands, and it is Ken Workington with the call on this 1-mile trot. Let's go to the big end.
$125, a Reynolds Memorial Division. The Mary Reynolds, sponsored by Knutson Trotting. 10-cent high five here with a carryover going in. 6-5 on the 4, Custom. 3-1 on the 10, Madame Cheval. Trotting fillies on gate, race 5. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. Who Dares Wins was first away. Going after her is Sugar Packet on the outside with Laney W into third, into the first turn. Just floating away there was Isabella B. Takes a seat on the cones in 4th position. That one is followed by Madame Cheval. She's going to take a seat in 5th. R. Rowe on the inside 6th past the quarter. Then came Custom, unhurried early. Ronnie Hanover at the rear of the field with Bratitude, and way back off stride went Nuance. First quarter up in 27-3, and reaching up is Laney W. Laney W takes the lead across the back stretch for Gingras and settles down up front. Sugar Packet in the pocket spot as the pace slows. Who Dares Wins 3rd. Isabella B. 4th on the inside. R. Rowe gets underway. 5th on the outside and gaining now. Madame Cheval stayed in. To the outside goes Custom, following a live toe, followed by Bratitude on the outside into the flow, and Ronnie Hanover, and way back is Nuance. Half up in a rated 56-1. On to the far turn. Laney W at 9-2. She's got company in the form of R. Rowe on the outside, 2nd. Sugar Packet on the inside, 3rd. Looming large is Custom, 2nd over with a full head of steam in 4th. She's tracked by Bratitude, 3rd over on the outside. And no racing room for Who Dares Win, who got shuffled back. Isabella B also shuffled and looks for room in traffic. 3/4, 124-4. Laney W looking for the upset. Laney W trying to steal away. That is Custom, who slingshots off cover. And R. Rowe keeps coming despite being parked. Sugar Packet is full out. So is Laney W. Here is Custom on the outside, and Jason Bartlett, Custom tasting. It's Custom, then very close. Laney W or R. Rowe. Splitting late with Sugar Packet, 152-1.
Custom made, if you will, there, as Jason Bartlett with the driving duties on the 4 Custom does get up for the victory. Had to work a little bit there through the lane.
Boy, that she needed every bit of that perfect trip, Chris, but this was, talk about the tale of two different worlds. We talked about her traffic trouble last time. Tonight, she gets to draft along behind the 1R row. She's just doing a lot less work when she's drafting. Jason Bartlett got the track for a long way. He's going to tower up here 3 wide, and she's going to have just enough to get by. It wasn't easy, but again, I wasn't thrilled with 7-5. We ended up having to take 4-5 here on the favorite.
Look like 4-1-7-6. We'll have those prices and plenty more. Come on back to America's Day at the Races.
Purple Haze Standard Bred Adoption Program in Oxford, New York was created in 2018 by Wanda Palacini to provide training to transition for finding homes and new careers for horses. Horses are started with groundwork and then ridden in an arena before moving on. Horses at Purple Haze are then evaluated and adopted out based on abilities and temperament. If you have a horse that you care about, or if you're looking for a great pleasure horse, contact Purple Haze Standard Bred Adoption Program at 518-669-2715.
Feel the thunder, experience the speed, witness the excitement of Ohio harness racing. Ohio is home to 4 pari-mutuel tracks with exciting action at Northfield Park, Scioto Downs, Miami Valley Gaming and Racing, and Dayton Raceway. Plus racing at 66 county and independent fairs statewide. From legendary events like the Little Brown Jug to the Dayton Racing Derby, Battle of Lake Erie, and Next Generation Stakes, Ohio is where champions race. The speed, the tradition, the excitement. Don't just watch it, be a part of it. Race Ohio, it's your best bet.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track on every screen every day. Monthly packages starting as low as $5 per month. RTN gives you great value and access to more HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
Columbus, Ohio, Scioto Downs, the site of some great pacing and trotting action tonight. It's America's Day at the Races. Chris Griffin, Gabe Pruitt here in our Saratoga studio. And it's almost post-parade time here for today's 9th race.
And you see that brand new paddock out at Scioto Downs, Chris, home of this year's Breeders' Crown. They've invested over $100 million recently on the horse racing side of the facility.
Nicely done. The 1 is going to be 13-1, Bell Lickety Split.
Claimed for $30,000 out of a race on May the 30th. He's been okay for his new connections, but a tough assignment tonight.
The 2 is going to be 16-1.
Yeah, this one a little bit of a long shot here as well. Finished 8th. Gets a little class relief, but not much.
Tyler Smith, the driving duties on the 3.
Dedicated closer. This one's going to be coming from well off.
Nashing Hill is the 4 at 5-1.
Blowout win last out as a 2-5 favorite. He won by over 6 lengths, but a big step up in class tonight.
Here's your current favorite, 4-5, Carbine.
He's won over 700,000 at his career. Got beat last out, Chris, but takes a class step. He is clearly the one to beat.
7-1 on Boomerang.
He won off a perfect trip last week, but may have his work cut out because this is a significant step up.
36-1 right now, long shot to the outside, always amazing.
Yeah, and he was a big long shot last out as well. Lands in another tough group tonight, big long shot.
And Ronnie Wren Jr. just won 1. He's got the 8 at 17-1.
Yeah, this one a winner last out, but it was against a little bit easier company. It's a step up tonight, facing some tough, grizzled veterans here in race number 9.
It's the 9th at Scioto Downs. It's Jenna Otten with more.
Thanks, guys. I didn't realize that I would be taking such a short price on the horse that I use on top there. That is the 5, Carbine. He had a race up in class last week. He tried to put up all of the numbers, and he just fell a little short there. He ran into a 48 2 mile. He did the hard work, but again, he did get beat 5 lengths at the end of it. A few weeks ago, he went down the road in Open 3 competition. That is typically where you get the best Carbine, is when he is on the. Loves to fight off horses in liked about this guy, he is doing kind of dual citizen as a horse here. He is still racing, but yet he is still breeding plenty of mares in the state of Ohio as well. So he's got a couple of tasks on his hand, day in and day out, part of that Virgil Morgan Jr. barn. He is looking for his 32nd consecutive training title here at Scioto Downs, and he is well on his way of doing so. I'm going to use Carbine in the drop-in class on top of my ticket. I think a horse with a big shot in here that's getting very overlooked is the 8-horse Race Me Celtic, 22-1 on a guy who's coming off of a win, an impressive win. He was parked every single step of the mile, still got the job done in 51. He's raced 9 times this year as a 4-year-old, and he has been 1, 2, 3, and 7 of the 9 times. He is going to take a little bit of a lateral class move and have to start from the outside of the wings, but Ronnie Wren Jr., he's having himself a night. He's already got 3 wins on the program, and if there is a guy who can navigate this guy to a win from the outside draw, I believe it would be Ronnie Wren Jr. 5-8 for me in here. I am on board with Carbine. Again, the short price is a little scary. I didn't think I'd have to swing with this big of a favorite, but I am all systems go on the 5. A Carbine. See how Chris and Gabe see the Super High 5 ninth playing out.
Thanks, Jenna. And Gabe, you know, Jenna was just mentioning something there with class and class level and watching horses on class drops. Pretty significant in this game of harness racing.
There's no question about it, Chris. And a lot of times people get caught up on the times, and it really just means a lot more beating who you're in against. And, you know, just because a horse won a race, you know, they raced the standard 1 mile distance, but just because a horse won a race maybe in, say, 149 or 150 the week before, that's not to say, you know, going against a little bit better horses that he's going to be able to maintain that type of advantage. It's just, even if the race goes a little slower, class is key. And this guy right here we're taking a look at, he is all class with capital letters. That's Carbine, over 700,000 his career. Jenna mentioned Virgil Morgan Jr. He might as well be the mayor of Scioto Downs. 31 seasons in a row, Chris. He's been the leading trader out there. Right at 8,000 career wins. How about this for trader Virgil Morgan? His son Trey works with him right there in Central Ohio around the barn. His daughter Kiara Morgan, well, she's up this way. She works for trader Chad Brown on the thoroughbred side.
Wow, fantastic fact there. And when you take a look at class and you talk about the frequency of how often we see these horses step on the racetrack, because of that frequency, it allows the trainers to really get dialed in on where exactly their horse fits.
Yeah, I think, you know, you pretty much know when a horse is going to just take a big shot. Like Carbine's way down. This is the easiest race he's been in many seasons, for that matter. So, you know, and he's gotten the drop because he's, you know, maybe not been quite on top of his game of late, but I just think it's a spot here where he's going to drop and pop. I think one of the interesting things here, Chris, the 2 favorites on the board could not have completely different racing styles. I think Carbine's from post 5 is clearly going to leave. The 3 Abbach is an absolute dedicated closer, so he's going to need a lively early pace. You know, he'd like to see a half-mile pop up here in 53 or 54 seconds. So don't expect the favorites to be anywhere close to each other in my mind as this race is taking place.
Oh, fantastic stuff there from Gabe Pruitt and Jenna Otten. Of course, it's race number 9 as they get set to go postward. Looks like they're all ready to go this time. It's going to be track announcer Barry Vickroy as he will have the call, and we still have plenty more of that next-gen 2-year-olds a little bit later on.
Condition Pacers' 9th race from Scioto Downs. Field of 8 lined up for the Super High 5 of the year. They go. You're off and pacing. Carbine Blast to his inside. Gnashing Hill with early speed at the rail. Vel Lickety Split. Race Me Celtic away for position. He'll try to land there 4th. Racing 5th into the turn is Bach. Back to 6th. Here's Mufferall Joe. Then comes Boomerang, and always amazing over to the quarter. And Carbine has the lead. Won't have to carve out 25 and change this week. Luke drags the break here as they pass the quarter, 27-2. Gnashing Hill tucked in 2nd, 3rd. Vel Lickety Split. Race Me Celtic is there 4th. Bach 5th to the inside. Mufferall Joe, then Boomerang, and always amazing. Make their way into the clubhouse turn over to the half. Carbine leads at 2-5. Gnashing Hill getting the trip. Vel Lickety Split there 3rd. Hill sit. Race Me Celtic takes a peek to the outside from 4th, waiting on his cover. Bach Up the inside, Mufferall Joe. Always amazing. Out in third over following cover in the trailers. Boomerang 56-2 for the half, 29-2. Second quarter, Carbine on the outside. First up comes Race Me Celtic. He's now second. Nashing Hill in the pocket. Second over. Bach trying to gear up for Tyler Smith. Kick back fifth along the inside. Vellicky split. Always amazing. Moves up 6 on the outside. Then Mufferall Joe and Boomerang. Three quarters, 123-4. 27-2 backside. Carbine with the lead. Outside, Race Me Celtic trying to get to him. Sent 3 wide. Bach starting to fire up into the stretch from the pocket. Nashing Hill into the passing lane. It's Carbine, Race Me Celtic. Bach on the outside in gear. Nashing Hill closing to the inside. Nashing Hill from Carbine. Tight photo for show between Bach and Race Me Celtic. 150-4.
Nashing Hill gets it done there. The 4 on the inside, just passing the favorite there in race number 9.
Yeah, we mentioned he came off a convincing win last out, Chris, but that was against easier company. He does get a nice trip here behind the favorite, but he's going to take full advantage and part of that into a nice win up the passing lane as it opens up there at Souter Downs through the stretch, and it gives those sitting in behind a little bit more room to dive down to the inside.
Sometimes you drop in class, sometimes you go up in class, and this one was a positive move as the 4, Nashing Hill, to get the job done there at a nice price at 8-1.
Yeah, nice upset there. And Carbine, again, a little bit disappointing try here. He had things his own way in the front end. Fractions were not overly taxing. I thought he should have plenty left in the tank here through the stretch. But again, just another tough loss there for a Carbine. And this one comes at a short price tonight as well.
Favorite didn't get the job done there in race number 9, but the favorite did get the job done there in race number 5 at the Meadowlands. And talking about this trip for Custom, perfect trip, got the job done.
Yeah, just drafting along here, and that's what Standardbreds love to do. Again, by nature, she's going to tip off cover there. You also saw Jason Bartlett's left leg raise in the air there, Chris. What he was doing there at the top of the stretch as he begins to call on Custom, he was kicking out the earplugs. Yes, the earplugs are on a string. You'll see them dangling here beside Custom through the stretch, and so they get all that noise all of a sudden at the top of the stretch. Just give them that little extra boost.
Yeah, it really just kind of just gives them that extra little, okay, it's go time here. Able to hold off the charge of R. Rowe, who is 19-1, so a big price underneath. Nice exact on the return of a 4-5 favorite.
Yeah, it really was indeed. Nice triple there, over $119 for the $1 ticket, even with that favorite on top. And again, I still think that was just a little bit short on Custom. I think just, fans saw that traffic trouble she had last week and overreacted a bit, but hey, she did step up and get the job done.
Race number 6 is a grade 3. Another stakes coming up here. 129.4 is the purse. That's going to be the 6-pack. Of course, it's a grade 3 and open. 1 mile, a field of 10.
Yeah, good group here. A field of 10, Chris, with well over 6 figures on the line. Sort of some of the best older trotting mares in the entire sport. And you see that odds were very well balanced there. The really wild card here is going to be the 10 Yotilli. She made nearly $1 million last year at the age of 3.
Come on back for grade 3 and plenty more from East Rutherford, New Jersey, at the Meadowlands. America's Day at the Races here on FS1.
It all begins with a dream. In Ohio's lush pastures, a foal is born with the heart of a champion. Through dedication, care, and generations of world-class breeding, that spark grows into raw power. Today, Ohio's standardbred industry offers nearly $24 million in purses for Ohio breds, drawing the best and rewarding the brightest. Breed, buy, race, and win in Ohio.
He's all six-pack here. He throttles off 3/4, 121 and 3. Six-pack is pouring it on right now. He's 8 lengths clear. Lindy the Great rallies up on the outside. Mission accepted into a third, but at mid-stretch, it's still six-pack. Last year's Kentucky Futurity champion has returned to the red clay in fine order today. It's six-pack here as they come down to the finish. Lindy the Great is second. Mission accepted third. Six-pack down to the wire, 149 and 2. That's a world record for six-pack.
A young Gabe Pruitt there with the call from the 2019 Al-Haraj six-pack. Impressive to call and an impressive horse.
Yeah, you just love to watch horses like this race, Chris. And that's at one of my favorite places as well. The Red Mile right there in downtown Lexington. The heart of horse country, very much like Saratoga here. You see six-pack, 19 out of 35. He's now gone on to become one of the top stallions, the trotting side of the sport. This was a world record, and that means that he, as a 4-year-old this day, went the fastest time any 4-year-old has ever gone. He actually, at different ages, set 3 different world records throughout his racing career where he earned just shy of $2 million.
And, of course, tonight's 6th race coming up at the Meadowlands is named for six-pack. It's a grade 3, and not a bad name on 4th of July, right? If you can have a six-pack of water.
A little bit of a hunch play.
Yeah, a little bit of a hunch play there. But, yeah, to get almost $2 million in career earnings and that 19 victories, an impressive horse on the track. And, as you say, a tremendous sire as well.
Yeah, he has. And, trainer Oka Svanstedt does a great job. And interesting to note, Chris, the six-pack here coming up. Trainer Oka Svanstedt, who, of course, trained and drove six-pack. Well, he's got 3 in here as well.
All right, taking a look at the field right now, and you see very evenly matched in Warwick Michelle at that 2-to-1 price. But Bourbonista right now is sitting at 7-2, and Dexter Dunn, not a long shot price. We've seen him on some long shots, but Bourbonista, as we take a look at the Armbro Flight Stakes and talk about Bourbonista coming into this.
Speaking of long shots, where were we this night, Chris? I was right on track, but nobody home here for me with Bourbonista. This is up at Woodbine Mohawk Park up in Ontario, just outside of Toronto. You're going to see Bourbonista start to thread through there in tight traffic. She's down at the inside for driver Dexter Dunn. How about a 43-to-1 stutter? She wins like she's 4-5 here, Chris. This was quite the easy win for Bourbonista. She is really a horse that stepped up her game with that blowout win there, over $150,000 to the blind of the Armbro Flight. She was a good, solid second to the start prior. This season, she has moved over to trainer Marcus Melander. She was conditioned last year by trainer Noel Daly, but she's one that's clearly heading in the right direction. I'll tell you what's not heading in the right direction is the price. The fans started to wise up on her 7-2.
And Todd McCarthy is going to be driving the number 10 in here in Yo Tilly, a name we're familiar with. But looking at Yo Tilly and Alyssa Hanover coming into this effort.
Yeah, Alyssa Hanover there on the front. Probably one of the best chestnut standardbreds ever. We're going to see her in the front end right here, but it's Yo Tilly who's going to gear up. This is a qualifying effort, so sort of like a workout on the thoroughbred side. This is the morning of June the 26th, and you're going to see these two duel each other through the stretch, and ultimately it is going to be Yo Tilly there on the outside, getting the best of Alyssa Hanover. You'll see Alyssa Hanover not chased along all that much down at the inside, but it was Yo Tilly here is going to bounce back. The concern, she's missed quite a bit of time. She's been off since mid-May. Now, that may not sound like a lot on the thoroughbred side of things, Chris, but a 6-7 week layoff on the standardbred time is a very long time.
Outriders are leading the field onto the track here, post-parade for race number 6. It is a grade 3. It's over $129,000. It is the six-pack, and there is Dial Square at 27-1.
One of those 3 in here for trainer Oka Svanstedt. Finished 5th here in that race we just took a look back at with Bourbonista winning in Canada.
Yannick Gingras, Ron Berg, they're going to team up. They've got the 2, Miracle Maven, at 5-1.
This one made over $500,000 as a 2- and 3-year-old out in Indiana. She's recently tried to step up her game here against some of the top stakes fillies in the sport.
Alyssa Hanover, just saw that qualifier there, is 7-1 on the 3.
Yeah, one of 3 millionaires in the field. She's classy, but again, qualifier I thought just okay.
And there's Warwick Michelle, 2-1 right now.
Don't like her tonight. I love her in this spot tonight. They've pulled the shoes as well, Chris. She was a beaten favorite last out, but really like this daughter of Walter. It's her 3rd start of the season.
And here is the 5 at 39-1.
Bred in Norway, this Nelson Bright Eagle. They are taking the shoes off tonight, but winless in the last couple of years.
Monalishi is the 6 at 10-1.
Comes off a win up in Canada, steps way up tonight.
Bourbonista not going to be 43-1 here, 7-2.
Yeah, we see we missed Bourbonista there in the parade for whatever reason. That's Bravo Angel we're taking a look at. She did rally nicely, but was ultimately disqualified in her last start for causing interference.
And we're going to take a look at the 9 here. Our Duchess coming up, Tintifric.
7 starts this year, all down at Oak Grove in Western Kentucky. She's already earned north of 6 figures, over $600,000 in the career for the 4-year-old.
And Yo Tilly, 9-1.
The New Jersey Horse of the Year last year. She went out 11 out of 12, 2 of 3 this year, 21 of 27 in her career. But again, missed time, tough post tonight. We'll see how she bounces back.
And there is the 7 in Bourbonista, Dexter Dunn.
Yeah, we just saw that big win from her last time. But again, the price plummeting, Chris, 43-1 in that last stakes victory. The fans honor her tonight there. She sits on the board at just 7-2.
Talked about the horse of the year in New Jersey. Tonight's racing is brought to you in part by Naira Bets, of course. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Now in New Jersey. Get involved here tonight at the Meadowlands. Let's go to Jessica Otten, trackside, with plenty more before the 6-pack.
Always love the 6-pack when it comes each and every year. You see the best of the best older female trotters, a nice full field of 10, which usually we're a little bit on the smaller side when it comes to the older mares on the trotting side. But we have a nice full field of 10. You guys have hit on plenty of key notes coming out of this race. I did find myself landing on top of Yo Tilly, or Queen Tilly, as I like to call her. She just had one loss last season in her campaign, and I believe that come down in Lexington, Kentucky. They ended up opting not to race her in that Filly Futurity, and they gave her some time off before the Breeders' Crown, where she won her elimination and then come back to win the final. She has missed a little bit of times since her last actual start here in 2026, and I believe that was due to a little bit of tying up issues. That comes from a little bit of muscle discomfort in the horses in the back end. They usually walk a little bit stiff. That just comes from exercise, the change in the weather, and things along that sort. So I would take 9-1 all day on Yo Tilly. Her most recent qualifier was pretty impressive, 27-1 on the end of it, in hand and under wraps. I know she's got post 10. I figured that would inflate the price a bit, and it is. She's 9-1. I have full faith that her and Todd McCarthy will bounce back off of that loss in Oak Grove about a month and a half ago, I guess you could say, now on the 16th of May, which is quite some time to miss in a parimutuel event. But I'm sure if she wasn't at 100%, Andrew Harris wouldn't put her on the track. So I'm going to stick with her on the top of my ticket. I also like the 2 Miracle Maven, the Indiana sensation here. She's just 4 years old, a daughter of Don't Let 'Em. She was very, very competitive in the Indiana Sire Stakes, and plenty of nice horses have come from that circuit as well. She faced horses that shipped in as well last season from the Crossroads and a couple of Grand Circuit Stakes events in there. She's got a mark of 52-2 over at Hoosier Park, 14 of 26 lifetime. I thought she raced quite well from the back tier up in the Armbro Flight. She had post 11, never saw a pylon. She was third place, second, 51-4, home 28 flat, but I thought that was a pretty solid mile considering she was really facing the top of the top. I know she does have that win in a Miss Versatility event, but sometimes you don't always see the heavy hitters come out for the first leg of that. So I thought that she handled that step up quite well over in the Armbro Flight last time out. A couple of weeks away from the races, she draws post 2. And Yannick's gotten along quite well with her since she transitioned over to the East Coast for Top Connections, Ron Burke and company. She's 7-2 on the board right now. The favorite is the 4 Warwee Michelle. She had the first call over at Poconos in a winners over 25,000 event. She wasn't able to quite gun down the leader. She did try on 151-3. She was 4th place, 3rd up at Mohawk in the Armbro Flight, trotted in 52. She's 0-2 so far in her 5-year-old campaign, but she was 3 of 11 last year. She's $1.5 million in the bank, and usually Aki has them ready to rock. It looked like that was just a nice go-around over at the Pocono. That is your 2-1 favorite. I'm going to try and beat her with the 10 Yo Tilly. She's 7-1, and then I'm going to put Miracle Maven in there for second at 4-1. So 10 over the 2 for me here in a division of the 6-pack. Trainer Aki Spahn said, fun fact on him, he's actually taken 4 of the last 6 editions of this. The stakes record is 150-1, and that was set by Bella Bellini back in 2022. We'll send it back to the guys at the desk in Saratoga.
Gabe is ready to rock because I see you falling more and more in love with the 4.
Absolutely love the way she looked on the track. Again, I just think, you know, horses need a start or 2, Chris, when they come back off a long layoff. She's had 2 starts now. Her last start on June the 23rd at Pocono, I think that was a good tune-up. I just think we're getting her absolute very best punch tonight, and they do pull the shoes here, which tells me they're going to be very aggressive. She's the richest in the field here as well at over $1.5 million.
Send it in.
And repeat and repeat.
It's the 6-pack here. It's a grade 3. It's Ken Workington with the call here at the Meadowlands.
Armbro Flight winner at 4-1, the 2 Miracle Maven. Trotting mares are ready for a start. Race 6. Here they come. The 6-pack. The mares are off and trotting. There goes Monalishi out quickly with Bourbonista, and Bravo Angel's put in play from the far outside as Miracle Maven makes it 4 across the track into the first turn. Warrawee Michelle's put in play now. She's already into 4th on the inside, so Bravo Angel parked 3 wide from 5th. Elista Hanover's in between them 6th, followed by Dial Square on the inside. Getting underway is our Duchess on the outside, followed by Nelson Bright Eagle, and Yo Tilly trails 27 and 2. Pretty crisp opening quarter for Bourbonista. Bourbonista lands up front for Dexter Dunn and paves the way. Parked out challenger Bravo Angel on the outside, used hard early. Miracle Maven on the inside 3rd. Monalishi is gapped in 4th. Warrawee Michelle 5th on the inside. Elista Hanover 6th on the outside. Then it's Dial Square and our Duchess and Nelson Bright Eagle, and Yo Tilly still trails. Half up in 53 and 4, dazzling a half mile there, and Bravo Angel paid the price. Jason Bartlett trying to settle her down and get a 3rd quarter breather with Bravo Angel. Bourbonista in the hot pocket spot now. Miracle Maven off the speed, looking to catapult from 3rd. On the inside, Monalishi is pinned in 4th. Up first over, uncovered there, Warrawee Michelle. She is now 4th on the outside and inching closer. Tracked intently by Elista Hanover, 6th on the outside. Dial Square was shuffled back with no racing room at 3/4. Bourbonista rifles out of the pocket here in 1:21 and 4 into the stretch drive, and it's Bourbonista unleashed by Dexter Dunn. Draws clear with every stride. Bravo Angel in 2nd. Miracle Maven flashing some late trot. She's full out though. Then it's Warrawee Michelle left in the wake of Bourbonista. A trotting powerhouse tonight. Bourbonista in the 6-pack in 1:48 and 4, equaling the fastest trotting mile in history. Wow!
Wow, what did we see there? Bourbonista, it's Dexter Dunn, it's trainer Marcus Melander, and that was quite the mile in the 6-pack.
Quite the mile. Equals the fastest trotting mile in the history of the sport here, Chris. I had the pleasure to call. The first one was by Homicide Hunter, 1:48 and 4 at the Red Mile several years ago. But this is a horse that was 43 to 1 last time. How good has this mare gotten? Dexter had a decision to make halfway through this race because the eight Bravo Angel rushed up on the outside. No, he could have left her on the outside, so to speak, but if he would have to quicken even more, it would have taken a lot of pressure to the 7 Bourbonista. He opts to release her to the front, gets to brave it up there, draft along, and boy, when she gets some clearance here late, this is an absolute romp. Bourbonista here with a dazzling performance to make it 2 in a row.
Yeah, this is a horse that's just really, maybe not even turned the corner. Has been consistent, has been there, but these are, off of the grade 2 at a 43 to 1, and now here at a second choice of 5 to 2. This is a horse that's just really, really in prime form.
Yeah, there's just no question about it. I mean, she came in here as the, least resume as far as dollars in the entire field. She made $189,000. 5-year-old daughter, FaceTime Bourbon, but I mean, she is really accelerating here. And just continues to pile up these nice stakes wins here, and none nicer than tonight. That was just an incredible effort.
Yeah, Warrawee Michelle, decent trot, I would say, but just going up against Bourbonista tonight, there's just nothing you can do.
Well, that's the thing. She just ran clearly into a buzzsaw, and Warrawee Michelle did race well. She got to rally there up on the outside, but, this is a mare here that was in a complete different orbit. 1:48 and 4. I mean, she is in very rare territory there. The fastest mare on the trot now in the history of the sport. I mean, that's just an incredible effort. I just can't say enough good things here about Bourbonista. But again, I think, it was more about her just unleashing a standout performance in this effort tonight. It just really amazing. I'm at a loss for words. So some of the others, they looked a little bad, but believe me, they'd never been crossing that finish line that fast before and have to run into a horse that really stepped up with a first-class performance.
Fireworks here with Bourbonista's Dexter Dunn as trainer Marcus Melander as they get the fastest trotter of all time. That is quite the title there for the 5-year-old mare by FaceTime Bourbon. And, of course, Jessica Otten, she's going to be right there with the winning driver right now.
Thanks, guys. Bourbonista takes the 6-pack for the older trotting mares. Winning driver, Dexter Dunn. Dexter, did you think she was this kind of mare when she won the Nowers of 7,500 just a couple months ago?
No, obviously not, Jess. Marcus has done a great job with her, and she stamped herself last start in Canada. She won it so easy in 50, and she's getting better. She's not the best behaved. She's good in the mile, but she's not the best behaved before and after. But she's getting better, and that was some mile tonight.
1:48.4 equals the fastest trotting mile ever. They were obviously going some speed. Did you know you had that much horse left coming off that far turn?
Yeah, she was traveling so strong, you know, that's why I sort of popped, because she was traveling too good to be locked in. So, you know, once I moved her, she just, she really stormed up the straight strong, and was actually doing it quite easy.
Nice job.
Thank you, Jess.
Bourbonista, Dexter Dunn, they're going to team up with Marcus Melander here in the 6-pack. 1:48.4 establishes a new stakes record and equals the fastest trotting mile of all time. Back to you guys.
Continued impressive performance there from Dexter Dunn, trainer Marcus Melander, as they team up and just really get the job done. So you do see prices now at $780 on the win end. Our Duchess finishing in third to round out your trifecta, which does come back nice. You get the top two choices and a 47-1 long shot in there, and you get a 265 return.
Yeah, you get the crooked number there, so to speak, Chris, from the outside post. So one of the outside posts, that's always going to really inflate those payouts. But just, again, what an eye-opening performance.
Terrific stuff there at the Meadowlands. We got race number 10, and we're going to start to get into the 2-year-olds. It's the next gen 2-year-old filly trot coming out. It's post parade. It's the one, Miss Red, White, and Blue hunch play.
Best hunch play of the night, maybe. Daughter Quattro de Julio. She's on debut for trader Ron Burke. She made 2 starts for trader Robert Books. They bought her a private purchase here as their entry into the next generation.
And the 2 is going to be Dublin's Ferrani.
Owned by the fractional stable ownership group, The Stable. So many fractional owners. 1 start, 1 solid second.
Ronnie Wren Jr.'s got the 3, made for more.
A daughter of long time. Couple of qualifiers under her belt, the Meadows, and she won both.
And the 4 is 8-5, Kiss Me If You Can.
Priciest horse in the race, $160,000 yearling last fall, and looks to be worth every penny of it. This one won on debut down at Oak Grove in Western Kentucky at a $40,000 stake.
13-1 long shot here is going to be the 5 in Dublin's Casa.
Yeah, she has a couple of qualifiers. One their first, second, and the other. Post 5 the winningest post at Souder Downs.
The 6 is going to be Lolly at 7-1.
Yeah, Lolly. Ronnie Gillespie's had a lot of success in these next generations over the years, and he is known for, having them ready to go early and often. For that matter, Lolly, his steed here, early speed in those qualifying efforts. I would expect the same tonight.
2 pretty, on paper, impressive qualifiers. Global Legacy, these 7.
Yeah, that's the key here. And this is a barn that's had limited starts this year, but has been first or second of its out of 6 of 12. We'll see how they do on debut here with Global Legacy.
20-1 on the outside. The 8 Steady Mind.
Good couple of qualifiers. She's won 2 in a row. Driver Brett Miller was listed. No, he opted off. That sort of got me off the 8 Steady Mind as well. Brett Miller or Mike Wilder will be in the bike.
First next generation 2-year-old race of the night. Jenna Otten, trackside.
Thanks, guys. This is the first of 4 divisions of the next generation, and an interesting note here for this race. It races for $150,000, but you have to pay a fee to get into it. In April, the starting fee is $8,000. In May, it goes up to $10,000. In June, and if there's still spots left, you can get a spot going for $150,000 for $12,000. So, you don't really know what you have in April. If you want to put up the $8,000, then a lot of guys know what they have by the time June rolls around if they want to put in that $12,000 entry fee into this race. Again, you do go for $150,000, but you better come ready. We got a stellar field of 8 on the trot here. Philly side of things, and not one of them has been worse than third in their starts or in their qualifiers. I'm going to be on board with the favorite here. That is the 6-5 shot, Kiss Me If You Can. Todd Luther and Austin Hanners, they've teamed up to win a Breeders' Crown. They have not teamed up to win a Next Generation. They are 0 for 13 in this race. Todd does have 2 second-place finishes and 3 third-place finishes, but he's looking for his first win. I asked him, $160,000 purchase. I asked him, why did this horse have to come home with you? And he basically told me she had to come home from the sale no matter what. From watching her video and the way that she went, the connections had to bring this filly home, and they paid the price there. Very impressed with her first start. She was 3 wide a long time down there in Oak Grove. She's got a big set of lungs on her, and it would be awesome if Todd could get the monkey off of his back here in the Next Generation with the first division. I'm going to sign on board to the daughter of In Range. This is his second crop standing in Ohio. Last year, In Range won both of the trotting divisions with Big Ranger and Set Your Sights High. So I'll look for Todd Luther and Austin Hanners to team up on their first Next Generation win. Get it right done here in the first division. horse that I think is going to be interesting and a nice play at 7-1 is the 6 Lolly. Ronnie Gillespie does the training and driving, and I think Gabe said it there. When he has 2-year-olds, he has them ready to roll. Despite Ron Burke having 9 wins in the Next Generation, there's only 2 other trainers who have doubles in it, one of them being Ronnie Gillespie. He knows how to get these 2-year-olds ready, and quickly, I should say, because they're ready to roll. This filly by Volstead had 2 qualifiers, went down the road impressively last time out, 158-1. She gets post 6 to work with, but Ronnie Gillespie typically has these fillies on their toes and ready to go when the starter says so. Global Legacy was one of these fillies who had to pay a stiff, I should say, entry fee into the Next Generation final. 59-3 qualifier. She did it very impressively that first week. I think that opened up the owner's eyes to put her into this Next Generation. She's an interesting play in here. We'll see what Chris and Gabe see the Next Generation playing out here in race 10.
Gabe, when I hear privately purchased by Ron Burke, when I see Chris Page with the driving duties and I get 7-2 and Miss Red, White, and Blue, it's hard for me to get away from the 1.
Yeah, I'm on the 1 here as well. Ron Burke's main man, his main owner, Mark Weaver, scattered this one out of the qualifiers in the morning. So, it reached out to the connections. They worked out a deal. I spoke to him a little bit earlier. The horse has only been in their barn since Monday. So we're talking about a horse that's turning around here in less than a week for the new barn. But we'll see. I'm sure Ronnie's going to throw the kitchen sink here for filly that has some talent, whether it be equipment changes or what have you. But she's obviously got some talent. And we'll see, if she can step up here first time in that barn.
Why is the 4 at 6-5?
Well, she comes off that fancy win there at Oak Grove, 157-3. I just think 2-year-old trotting fillies, heck, 4 combined starts going into this in the entire field. So we just don't know enough about these fillies for me to line up and take one at 6-5. Obviously, she's proven that she can back up that fancy pedigree and that big price tag with that stakes win. But again, I just, really have a tough time separating to that degree.
First to 4 tonight, the Next Generation is 2-year-old fillies. We got one in behind the gate right now. It's Barry Bickroy with the call.
Here they go. There, first call to Lolly. She'll be sent out for the lead. Made for More, a little early speed to the inside. Dublin's Ferrani is next. Miss Red, White, and Blue away in 4th into the turn 5th. Kiss Me If You Can. Next is Dublin's Casa, then Global Legacy, and Steady Mind was a bit sluggish behind the wings. Trails as they make their way over to the quarter. Ronnie Gillespie and Lolly leading the way. Dublin's Ferrani is there, 2nd. Made for More, 3rd. Miss Red, White, and Blue follows 4th. They pass the quarter 28-4. Racing 5th as they straighten up the first time. Kiss Me If You Can is followed by Dublin's Casa, then Global Legacy and Steady Mind at the back. Leading the way, Lolly at 6-1. Dublin's Ferrani right there in 2nd. 2 lengths back. Made for More, 3rd. Miss Red, White, and Blue still 4th. No second quarter movement. Now the flow will start to go as Kiss Me If You Can is flushed out and on the move by Dublin's Casa inside. Global Legacy and Steady Mind. Trot past the half, 59-1, 30-2 in the second split. Nice breather for Lolly. Leads a length and a half as they start down the back stretch. Steady Mind went off stride at the back of the pack. Dublin's Ferrani tightens in. Made for More, underway from 3rd. Miss Red, White, and Blue is off the rail, shooting the gap to the inside, closing ground. Global Legacy. 3rd over, Kiss Me If You Can. Then Dublin's Casa and out of it, trying to get back on the trot. Steady Mind. They move by 3/4 in the Next Generation. 128-2, 29-1. Backside, Lolly inside. Made for More as Collared Her puts ahead in front and rolling 3 wide. Here comes Kiss Me If You Can. In between horses, Dublin's Ferrani out of the pocket as they're at the top of the stretch and on their way home. Made for More. Kiss Me If You Can on the outside is coming on and coming at her as they drive for the wire. Made for More. Kiss Me If You Can still trying to get there. Made for More, and Ronnie Wren Jr. won the Next Generation. From Kiss Me If You Can, Dublin's Ferrani and Miss Red, White, and Blue, 156-4.
Big sweeping move there from the 4, Kiss Me If You Can, but it was the 3 Made for More and Ronnie Wren Jr. to hold off that charge and get the victory.
Yeah, and again, this is her career debut tonight. The Ford had 1 start under her belt, but what a career debut it was. We mentioned she was 2 for 2 the morning qualifiers, but going to fend off a nice filly here, Made for More. Again, going to get up an upset price here, Chris, 8-1. For Made for More. Very nice effort there. And winning the first of 4. Next Generation is $150,000 on the line.
Nice race there. We'll clean things up and get prices to you and get that wrapped up at Scioto. They still got 4 more of those next generation 2-year-old races. And one thing we are going to talk about, though, Gabe, as we sit here, and it was a tragic event. It's the scariest situation that can happen on a racetrack on the backside anywhere. And on June 16th, we had a barn fire at Saratoga Raceway right next door, and lost 17 horses, unfortunately. And it's a tragic situation, and just it's hard, and our hearts go out to all of those connections and everyone involved and those horses.
100%. You know, this is every horse lover, whether you're a horseman, a fan of the sport, or just a fan of the animal. It's the worst nightmare that you could possibly ever hear when at barn fire. So, 17 horses, lost their lives after, racing quite a bit throughout their careers, and, just a very, very tragic event there. Again, it's just the worst thing that could possibly happen.
Yeah, safety is at the utmost importance in our sport, and it's something that every single horse means something to someone at the racetrack, and when you have a situation like that, it's so scary. There is a fire relief, and if you would like to get involved, we appreciate you getting involved, and available on track starting July 3rd. So there's t-shirts that are being sold. 100% of those proceeds go to Saratoga Harness Horsemen's Association, and you can buy them online at shop.NYRA.com.
Yeah, and it's a great thing that the NYRA's putting together there, and again, just really want to take care of those people that really are devastated.
Yeah, and we thank you for getting involved, and we send our love once again to Saratoga and the harness world and their 17 horses. Back with more.
Champions are made on the racetrack, but many of them are born, raised, and developed at farms right here in New Jersey. New Jersey is home to nearly 100,000 acres devoted to the horse industry, and harness racing's breeding and training facilities play a vital role in protecting open space and supporting agriculture throughout the Garden State. With the state's ongoing recognition of the importance and value of the standardbred industry, New Jersey will remain a place where champions are made. To learn more, visit SBOANJ.com.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NYRA Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
It's a big day.
Oh, the horses, they run, they fly, they soar through open fields.
That horse got on the street with fruit.
I'll build them a home where the stars agree that love is a pasture.
It's okay.
Where wild hearts run free.
Back here on America's Day at the Races, as you do see horses on the track here at the Meadowlands. It's race number 7 coming up, and it's going to be our Meadowlands pace, and it's our elims starting off that situation because you got the finals next week. But of course, this is going to set things up. You're taking a look at the field. A field of 10 going for tonight's 7.
Yeah, and 13 horses enter total, Chris. So
Okay.
what we have to do, we're getting the stage set for 10 that will come back next week. And so what we have 3 horses that took buys, and the top 7 here will return.
Okay, top 7 is what we're looking at, and those are the 3 that are going straight to the final. When they are going straight to the final, they just feel like they're ready to roll. They don't.
They offer it the buy to the highest money earner.
Okay.
Some horses accept, some horses do not. Brandon Boulevard could have fit into that. He's the favorite here from post number 3. Those connections wanted to start.
Okay.
And the other thing that it does guarantee, if you win the elimination, you're guaranteed a good post because you'll get to draw for 1 through 6, and it's an open draw for everyone else.
All right, this leads up to next Saturday. Let's go to Jess with more.
A very exciting Lone Meadowlands pace elim is up next. A nice full field of 10. The guys just touched on it. 3 of those horses took buys into the final. So the top 7 will advance On to the 50th edition of the Meadowlands Pace. No surprise here is at the 3. Brandon Boulevard is your 3 to 5 favorite. He's also my top choice in here, along with plenty of others. He was, just beaten in that North America Cup final up at Mohawk. Finished second, 48-4, 26-4. He did all the heavy lifting for odds-on Mr. Mamba in that elimination and the final. He towed him right on into the race. And Andrew Harris was quoted saying, he was the first horse to ever go by Bojangles. It's unfortunate we weren't able to see Bojangles and odds-on Mr. Mamba team up and face off once again. But we're going to see a really nice group of 3-year-old pacing colts in here. Watched Brandon Boulevard score down. I watched him warm up about an hour ago. I thought he looked ready to go on his toes. And you can see he faced a couple of outside posts up at Mohawk in his Cup of Lemon Cup final. Post 8 and then post 10. He can leave the gate with the best of them. He can also come from off of the pace. He's one of those kind of horses I like to say he can really overcome any trip that's thrown at him. He may not always win when it's thrown at him, but he hits a bold number on the program page, which is something I always like to see. 7 of 10 last year. 2 of 4 so far this year. He's the son of a Down by the Seaside, and a lot of you that follow harness racing might remember Alexis Faith. She was a very, very solid mare in her own right. And Punisher 11 stables, they've put a lot of money back into the game, and it's nice to see them kind of get it back with a horse like Brandon Boulevard. That's your 3 to 5 favorite. Of course, Dexter Dunn is going to stick with him. I use Gentleman's Club underneath as well. He's coming off of a really, really game effort right here at the Meadowlands in an overnight event last time out. Dexter Dunn did the driving there as Andy McCarthy was out on assignment. He was parked past the quarter, had the lead, then was removed there before the top of the stretch. 26-1, 147-4. He won half of his starts last season, 2 of 5 so far this season. You're getting a nice price on him, 6-1. Andy's back in the bike when you use him underneath. I like the 9 a bit in here as well. Azrael Blue Chip, I know he's going to be a long shot. You're getting 12-1 on him. They added Lasix about a month or so ago. He, I thought raced quite well. He was towing, I believe, Gentleman's Club there in that last part of the mile up into the race. He finished second, 48-1, 26-1 on the end of it. You see that break in the North America Cup final. They changed his shoes. They changed everything back. He seems to be better, solid, and ready to rock. I'm going to put the 3 on the top of my ticket. Brandon Boulevard, he's 3 to 5 on the board. Top 7 will advance. The winner does draw post 1 through 6. We'll send it up to the top of the stairs where Hall of Fame announcer Ken Workington, he'll describe the Meadowlands Pace of Limb.
9-2 action on the 1, Bookie J. At 6-1 the 4, Gentleman's Club. On gate, race 7. Here they come. They're off. Obliterate on the outside, left hard. So does You, Brute, and Bookie J shoots through along the inside third. Brandon Boulevard just floated away fourth. Into the first turn, Gentleman's Club is fifth. Sweet Lovin' Lou on the inside settles in sixth as they head to the quarter. Then it's Talbot and Andretti at the rear of the field with Toby or Not Toby and Azrael Blue Chip and Always Be Charlie. Past the opening quarter, out of second comes You, Brute, and Jingra to take over. A long shot here, 27-1 across the backstretch. And there goes Bookie J up and after You, Brute, Bookie J. And on the move up is Brandon Boulevard from fourth, soon to be third and challenging for the lead. Obliterate is fourth. It's a 4-horse breakaway, about 4.5 lengths back to Gentleman's Club. Gapped early, Sweet Lovin' Lou, another 2-3 to Talbot and Andretti. Then Toby or Not Toby and Azrael Blue Chip and Always Be Charlie. Dazzling half mile here, 53-3. Brandon Boulevard takes charge at 1-5 for Dexter Dunn. It's Brandon Boulevard now as they round the far turn with 3/8 to go. Bookie J second. And now Obliterate. The supplemental entry goes in attack mode. Towing into it his Gentleman's Club on the outside, second over. So a shuffle for You, Brute on the inside, fifth. Sweet Lovin' Lou stacks up third over, sixth on the outside, passing 3/4. Brandon Boulevard, Obliterate threatening. Bookie J needs room. Gentleman's Club 3 wide. 121-1 for 3/4. Brandon Boulevard scoots off by 2.5, 3. He got the cue from Dexter Dunn, and it's Brandon Boulevard trying to blow them away. Sweet Lovin' Lou with a big rally on the outside. Brandon Boulevard, Sweet Lovin' Lou, then You, Brute, Gentleman's Club, Bookie J, Toby or Not Toby. And Azrael Blue Chip won 47-3 for Brandon Boulevard.
It was Brandon Boulevard, Dexter Dunn going back-to-back with the winners, and Brandon Boulevard just the short price favorite, just kind of dispatches the field. A lot going on in behind, but Brandon Boulevard was well clear.
Yeah, and you just look at driver Dexter Dunn's body language here, Chris. I mean, he is opening up, and he is really not asking Brandon Boulevard whatsoever. You just saw him take a look over his shoulder. Give him a couple of taps here. You've got Sweet Love and Lou, who added Lasix tonight. He fired back much better here from off the pace for driver Scott Zeron. He's going to be the runner-up, but Brandon Boulevard, this is a career best clocking tonight. That's the fastest mile he's ever raced, 147-3. The question coming in was how much did that North America Cup take out on Brandon Boulevard? He was a very game second through that $1 million Pepsi North America Cup, and he had a tough trip from post 10. So, I mean, I think it was pretty clear, probably the best horse coming in. It's just, you know, what sort of effect did that race take out on him? I'll say about 0 from what we saw tonight.
And taking a look at this Elim, I mean, how is this going to set up Brandon Boulevard for the next race, of course, next Saturday?
Well, again, we're going to take the top 7 back here tonight. You add the 3 that took by, so the field's going to be just a little bit deeper. But in my question, you know, there's no question it's his race to win or lose. I think you're going to see an odds-on favorite here, and now obviously always guaranteed with the post 1 through 6. But again, this was a sparkling performance here tonight, and I see no reasons why this horse won't be odds on 1 week from tonight with that big money on the line.
And you talk about the finishing time as well. Too fast, or you think, I mean, just plenty right within the range?
No, I think, again, you just look visually how the horse looked out there. You know, Dex just had him sort of just in hand, so he was just out there coasting along. You know, he's been used to having to see, as Jess said, odds on Mr. Mamba, Bojangles. You know, probably happy not to have to see those couple of the colts there tonight. And not that this was to take anything away from this field. This is a very good group top to bottom as well. But this is a horse, I think, just on a different level right now.
Yeah, trained by Andrew Harris and Dexter Dunn, the 3-year-old colt there by down by the Seaside. Sweet Love and Lou did launch from far out of it, and Scott Zeron, you talked about adding the Lasix, and some of those horses that were in behind, it's just important to be in that top 7. Now they're in the big one next week.
Yeah, that is in the big one. And that was a good effort. I think, you know, of all the horses there that he did finish behind Brandon Boulevard here, you know, he's the horse with a lot of upside. Let's keep in mind, I mean, this is a horse that went off only 10-1 against that, you know, trio we just talked about in the North America Cup. He was just even, something obviously a little bit missing, but I think that Lasix clearly helped.
Let's go to Jess.
Thanks, guys. I have winning trainer Andrew Harris. Brandon Boulevard, 147-3 in that lone Meadowlands pace Elim. Andrew, first and foremost, just maybe talk about his last couple of starts, because I know they weren't winning efforts, but they were solid game performances.
They were winning efforts, actually. It just didn't work out that way, but he put in huge efforts, and tonight he showed, you know, he came off the 3 weeks off, which I think was the smartest thing for him. Give him that little break, freshen him up, and he came in here just looking awesome.
With the lone elimination, the top 7 advance into next week's final with those 3 horses taking the bye. Dexter really drove him perfectly. It looked like a little bit of a mix-up up the backside, but he let everybody kind of get into position before he made his move.
Yeah, I think with the trips he's been getting, he said he wanted to take control of this race.
What is his biggest attribute going into next week's race?
His lungs. He's got a big set of lungs.
Nice job.
Thank you.
There you have it. Brandon Boulevard takes the lone Meadowlands pace elimination, 147-3. That secures a good draw into next week's 50th edition of the Meadowlands pace. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we've seen trainer Andrew Harris quite a bit, Gabe, but that looked like a very confident trainer after a very strong effort.
No question about it, as he should be, because this is a very nice colt. You see the earplugs are still in. Chris Dexter didn't even have to kick out the earplugs tonight, so that's how easy this win was for Brandon Boulevard.
Brandon Boulevard in East Rutherford. It's break time. Come on back for plenty more. America's Day at the Races on FS1.
It all begins with a dream. In Ohio's lush pastures, a foal is born with the heart of a champion. Through dedication, care, and generations of world-class breeding, that spark grows into raw power. Today, Ohio's standard bred industry offers nearly $24 million in purses for Ohio breds, drawing the best and rewarding the brightest. Breed, buy, race, and win in Ohio.
Back here on America's Day at the Races, here on FS1, as we had the 10th from Scioto kick off the next generation 2-year-old divisions. And this is going to be another division here, the 2-year-old filly pace. We do have a field of 8 that's going to be set to go postward. And let's, of course, go to Jenna on trackside as we get ready for race 11.
It's the next division of the next generation. It's for the 2-year-old fillies on the pace this time. The purse still $150,000. This is the first year of the next generation where a trainer/owner can buy more than one spot. That is why you see 2 Ron Burke trainers in this trainees in this field. He gets to start from post 1 with Real Diva, and he gets to start from post 3 with Cleveland Derby. Now, Ron Burke has dominated the next generation. We touched on that a little bit. He has dominated the sport. In fact, there you see his career earnings. He's closing in on 17,000 career wins. He was a 2022 Hall of Fame inductee and Trainer of the Year countless times. He'll look to add more Breeders' Crowns to his resume here in Columbus, Ohio, the end of October. The next generation has had 21 divisions. Ronnie Burke and Chris Page has teamed up in 20 of them to be a winner 9 times and on the board in 15 of those 20 tries. They are by far the leadingest money earner and wins here in the next generation. And he sends out 2 in here. One of them was taking a lot of the early money, and there he is. That would be Cleveland Derby. He was dual qualified over there at the Meadows. The last one, 10.5 length winner. I had a chance to catch up with Ronnie Burke a little bit earlier this week, and I asked him, what has it made you so successful in the next generation? And he said, really, it's Chris and the fact that our horses go in groups from a young age. I think he has so much confidence in driver Chris Page. He gets these young horses in great spots where he doesn't necessarily have to use them up too early, but they still close well, and he teaches them how to race the correct way. And then the fact that all winter long, Ronnie Burke has these horses in training sets. They're used to being in a race-like atmosphere, and he trains them hard, and they are ready to go. I asked him who his best horse was this weekend in the next generation, and he in fact said the 3-horse in here, Cleveland Derby. He's going to be 3-1 on the board. I wish I would have made my selections before I asked him this, because I'm going to take a shot with Tempting Flames in here, the 2-horse. Mike Hitchcock, Tony Hall team up on her. She's another one I asked Hitchcock about. She's done nothing wrong. We'll see where Chris and Gabe see this division of the next generation going.
Gabe, the sire down by the seaside with both Ron Burke trainees here, the 1 and the 3, and right now the 5 is getting respect. Tyler Smith with the driving duties. Thought I had it. Where do you end up going?
I had to go to the 3 as well, leading into basically everything Jenna just said. The success of trainer Ron Burke, Chris Page. Chris had his choice of the 2 Ron Burke trainees. He opted the 3 Cleveland Derby over the 1. That spoke a lot to me as well. And again, the horse has not really been unleashed in the qualifiers, but that's typical, sort of the way you see the Burke-Page team operate. They don't really, uncork these things, and go some kind of wicked fast mile early on. They're sort of just wanted to educate them, teach them. I think that's what we've seen from her in the mornings. A double-digit win last out in her qualifying effort over at the home base for trainer Ron Burke. Those incredible stats at the Meadows, and again, 158-4. So maybe the time not as flashy as some of these others, but it was done very, very easy.
Yeah, we do see him usually take on that real heavy favorite role, but it hasn't done that. We haven't seen that really tonight here, and he's 5-1 and 5-2 on the board.
Well, I think that everyone's still just a little bit, we're still learning about these horses.
Sure.
It's their first, second start of their careers. In fact, this field, Chris, just 1 start. That's the 7, who was a runner-up. So you see even the starter going a little bit slower here than normal, sort of giving these 2-year-olds their time to kind of catch the gate and learn what this is all about.
All right, it is race number 11. It's the next generation 2-year-old filly pace, $150,000, and Barry Vickroy with the call.
They're off and pacing. Bread and Butters left alertly from the outside to the inside. Tempting Flames and Real Classy. Cleveland Derby is there 4th. Away 5th. Tina Fire. Next is Thought I Had It, followed by Sea Surge, the trailer. Rose Run Cadence as they make their way around the turn. Tempting Flames made the lead. Now Bread and Butters sprints up on the outside at 10-1, and Brett Miller will grab command. Real Classy is there 3rd. Cleveland Derby 4th, racing 5th. Tina Fire. Followed by Thought I Had It, then Sea Surge and Rose Run Cadence, 27-3 opening quarter. They'll march into the lane the first time, and Bread and Butters, a daughter of Down by the Seaside, Corey Dayerman has got the lead. Brett Miller's put her on point. Tempting Flames is there 2nd. Real Classy 3rd. Cleveland Derby follows in line 4th. Coming to the outside, Tina Fire looking to get underway. Thought I Had It will pick up that cover and will be third over as Cleveland Darby was flushed out from third and trying to make some headway up the inside, shooting the gap. Sea Surge and Rose Run Cadence 57-3 for the half. Another soft second quarter, 30 flat for Bread and Butters, who starts him down the backstretch. Tempting Flames follows inside. Real Classy comes out. Cleveland Darby now has her cover inside. Sea Surge has worked her way into third, and that outer flow is rolling right on by as they drive for three quarters. Real Classy takes over the lead from Bread and Butters. Cleveland Darby left uncovered. She's third inside. Tempting Flames will need racing room. Fifth on the outside is Sea Surge. Gapped away. Rose Run Cadence inside. Then Thought I Had It 3 wide and in between horses. Tina Fire 125, 27-2 backside. Into the stretch. Real Classy with the lead. Trying to battle back is Bread and Butters. Up the inside, here comes Tempting Flames with late pace, and she is flying. Real Classy, Tempting Flames. Photo for win. Very tight late. 152-3.
Real Classy looked home there for Ronnie Wren Jr., but the two Tempting Flames up the inside really made it close there for Tony Hall. It's a tight photo, but
yeah, I think Real Classy was able to dig in here. It looks like Tempting Flames did make it very close here in the late stages. But you see maybe even some steering issues there. Again, these horses just started their careers. I saw Ronnie Wren sort of grab on the left line. But, we'll have to take a look at that when we get back.
yeah, we'll take a look at that photo as well, and we'll get the official result. Looked like 1-2, but come on back, and we'll find out what happened at Scioto.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track on every screen every day. Monthly packages starting as low as $5 per month. RTN gives you great value and access to more HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
Look at the stretch run there at Scioto, and of course it's America's Day at the Races. It was between the 1 and 2. There's an inquiry up 1-2-7-3 as that unofficial result, but we're here trackside here, very low level.
Yes, we get trackside, but you're going to see driver Ronnie Wren really grab onto his right line. It was there, and I'm not sure if the one here was drifting in, and it was, they're going to make things in tight quarters, but he's going to really sort of steer Real Classy back to the outside. Now keep in mind, Chris, first career starts for both of these two fillies. First time ever under the lights. They're a little green. They're just learning what this is all about. Big crowd on hand there tonight, so who knows what they're seeing, which way they're going. They're still really getting quite the education. So the good news is the judges have that head-on view. So they'll really have the view that's going to tell the tape there, and they'll be able to see, just head-on through that stretch, who was maybe guilty of drifting if they got in tight quarters.
Yeah, so interference, if there's anything kind of like that, that's something that they'll have to definitely take a look at.
For sure, and thing is, right now, I don't see any of the numbers flashing. Usually, whomever they've deemed to start the drift is the one that's going to be flashing. Right now, it's just a general inquiry, as you can see there on the board, so we'll see if that changes.
Great shot there, trackside, to be able to see things up close there. It is 1-2-7-3 unofficially right now with that inquiry. Meadowlands, it's race number 8. It's Stan Bergstein, of course, and we're going to head to Jess right now as we've got a field of 10 set to go postward.
The graduate final is up next for those 4-year-old male trotters. The last week we saw that 27-win streak come to an end for On to Norway. I'm going to come right back with him here in this spot. He's got post 9, and he's 3-1 on the board right now. I think he may have just got caught sleeping there towards the end of the mile last time out. Couldn't quite get by Mr. Mouton, but I think that he's in a spot tonight where he can rebound and bounce back and start another streak. You're going to get a nice price, 3-1. On him. A couple of others taking some action in there. That's the 7 Super Chapter. He's 2 for 2 so far in his 4-year-old campaign. 9 of 14 last year. $1.8 million in the season. He's a pretty versatile guy. He does like to be forwardly placed. That's your even money favorites on the board right now. Dexter Dunn, Marcus Melander, they're looking to team up again in another stakes event. I do Go Dog Go on underneath as well. He's on the board right now at a 21-1, which is quite shocking. He did a lot of that heavy lifting last time out in the graduate for Mr. Muon and On to Norway, who gunned them down late in the mile. 3-1 on to Norway. Your 7-5 favorite right now is the 7 Super Chapter. He will look to remain undefeated for Dexter Dunn and Marcus Melander. Ken Workington, he's a Hall of Fame announcer. He's got the call for the Stan Bergstein Graduate Final 4-year-old Open Trotters.
Graduate Final 4-year-old Open Trotters, sponsored by International Sound Corporation. At 4-5, 7 Super Chapter. At 9-2, the 5 Mr. Mouton. At 3-1, the 9, On to Norway. Trotters on gate, race 8. Graduate final, here they come. And they're off and trotting. Wall Speed, the lone mare, is out fast and going for the lead. Mr. Mouton away in second there, and Warrior left alertly in third. Meshuggah cuts the corner, is now third around the first turn. And 3 wide, On to Norway, 5th on the outside. Stride for stride with Warrior on the rail now. As Super Chapter, the favorite gets underway on the outside, 7th, followed by Montserrat. And then on the outside, Go Dog Go at the rear of the field with Happy Jack B. And gapped at the back is Delaney Hanover. First quarter was hot here, 26-3. Walsby revved up, long shot leader here at 60-1. Meshuggah in the second spot across the backstretch. Mr. Mouton on the inside third, edging off the cones On to Norway from 4th, to be tracked by Super Chapter, stride for stride with a ground-saving Warrior on the inside. Then it's Montserrat on the inside, followed by Go Dog Go and Happy Jack B. And Delaney Hanover continues to trail. The half was 53 4/5, a 27-1 second quarter. Speed here from Walsby. It's Walsby. Meshuggah getting a perfect trip on the inside second. Here comes Mr. Mouton on the outside, is looking to win again as they continue towards 3 quarters. On to Norway, 4th on the outside. And Super Chapter gets in gear. He's got a bit of work to do, but he's gathering momentum along with Go Dog Go, who's tracking him at 3 quarters. But the story is Walsby here looking to shock them in 1:21-1. They're into the stretch drive of the graduate final. Walsby, and now sizing her up is Super Chapter on the outside, and rough gate is that Super Chapter off stride was Meshuggah. Meshuggah made a break and shaking loose late now. In between them is On to Norway, who's coming on. On to Norway rebounds. Then Super Chapter, Walsby, and Mr. Mouton. 1:48-3.
Wild finish there as the 6 Walsby trying to hold them off, but On to Norway likes to win, finds a way to win there.
Yeah, loves to win. In fact, Chris, he had won 27 consecutive races. Prior to that last start, he went down to defeat, but he never really saw the horse that passed him. He was in a fight there with the favorite in deep stretch, Go Dog Go, but he got beat by a big long shot off his back. Well, tonight, He sees his target here, and you see, again, Wallace, a good effort here on the front end from her. She was 60-1 as a lone mare here, but, someone forgot to tell her because she was upset-minded there for a long time. A lot going on in that stretch drive at the breaker, but it was on to Norway, who's going to thread through ultimately and get it done.
Yeah, you get Yannick Gingras there, doesn't panic in that situation, just waits, is able to time it up right, and it's 9-7-6, your order finish. Scioto Downs, we saw that finish, and it does look like the result is going to stand, but we're going to take a look at that head-on game and what happened here between the 1 and the 2. You see the 1 is on your left and the 2 on your right.
Yeah, I think it's just a couple fillies are a little bit green, and that's that shot that I did say that we'd be taking a look at. You see they just get a little bit tight there. Whether the 2 sort of needed to veer that far off, that's obviously up for debate, but ultimately, Tony Hall did sort of steer her there to the left, and it was real classy. Those judges, determined no need for any placing here, I do believe, so I think it's going to stand with the 1 real classy, but again, just tight traffic. But I think, really horses making their very first career starts again, just doing something they're not accustomed to doing, and, they don't learn what this is all about yet. Big step forward for this winner tonight.
Yeah, you did have that passing lane down there towards the inside, and the 1 just kind of crossing over, like you said, and kind of close to the wire, too, kind of a
Very
little
close.
bit. Yeah,
and that's
right
the other question,
finish.
how close was it to the wire? We didn't have the sort of the feed on there to see what the reason of leaving the 1 real classy up, but, could have been, a step past the wire for that matter. So at the end of the day, she's going to get the money here at 7-1.
1-2-7-3, and it's the other Ron Burke trainee there, and you get 7-1 there on Real Classy at a nice price.
Sort of steered a lot of us off with Chris Page choosing the other. Well, he didn't choose right this time. It was Ronnie Wren who got the job done.
All right, back to Meadowlands as we just had their 8th race. We almost saw Wall Speed pull off a huge shocker, but trainer Ron Burke, he's back in the winner's circle again here. He's at the Meadowlands. He's at Scioto on site, but he's got this winner here at the Meadowlands on to Norway. Back to his winning ways, Yannick Gingras. And in just a moment, we're going to have Jess there trackside. But these 2 teaming up, they're just so tough.
Yeah, 148-3. I mean, that, again, the time here is just amazing. I mean, this is a horse on in Norway that I believe is going to set a world record in this winning effort.
Let's go to Jess.
Thanks, guys. I have winning driver Yannick Gingras. First and foremost, Yannick, what's it like sitting behind this guy?
He's a sweetheart. Tonight he was sharp. I mean, I didn't think he was quite as good last time, but the first time I drove him, he was pretty aggressive in the post parade. Last time I raced him, he was pretty nice, and I was like, maybe it's not quite himself. Tonight he was definitely a full of himself in the post parade, and he delivered.
27 in a row is pretty impressive. Let's talk about the effort tonight, though. You were able to get a spot there coming out of the first turn. Take me through the trip after that, because it looked like a lot of weaving in and out of traffic.
Definitely not the trip I envisioned. In the last turn, we were trotting so fast, and, Dex went around me, so I was kind of stuck there for a bit. And so I went back to the inside, and I was hoping maybe Timmy's horse was going to run out in the stretch, which didn't happen. And then obviously when Andy made a break, it gave me a seam. He got the job done. 50
yards to go to the wire. Did you think you were going to get to Timmy?
Yes, I thought I had it like 50 yards to the wire. I thought I had Timmy beat. I thought I had Dexter beat too, but I felt pretty confident there. It was nice to see the 48-3 pop up.
Nice job.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. On to Norway, back to his winning ways after snapping that win streak last week of 27 in a row. He's going to take the Stan Bergstein Graduate Final for the 4-year-old male trotters, 148-3. The Hall of Fame duo of Yannick Gingras and Ron Burke are going to team up here. Back to you guys.
No shortage of drama. We've seen some stretch drives here that a lot of just little changes, little tactical moves are the difference between winning and finishing second. On to Norway, back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, and interesting to hear Yannick's thoughts as he was coming through that stretch, but really got a little lucky there with the break of Meshuggah. Had that horse not made a break in stride, who knows if he got down, but he's going to go down as the fastest trotter in North America now. Allegiant was timed at 148 in the lead lap, but 148-3.
Times are heating up. We've seen very fast paces and trots tonight, and we've got so much more. America's Day at the Races on FS1. It's break time. Trainer Ron Burke sending out on to Norway. It's America's Day at the races, and it's always a good place to be in the winner's circle there at the Meadowlands. Yannick Gingras, Ron Burke teaming up and on to Norway. Back in the winner's circle, not the easiest trip, but at 9:40 on the return there on the win end. A nice return here for a horse that likes to find the front.
Yeah, no question about that. I mean, he was 4-5 when he was defeated in a leg of the Graduate last time out, Chris. So get back a little bit better price tonight. That was a good group. Super Chapter, the odds-on favorite, ends up second, but on Norway, again, nice mutual. I know that tough post obviously drove that price up a bit as well.
Just over $100 there on the return there with Wall Speed, the 60-1 shot trying to hang in there. 9-7-6. Your order finish in race number 8. Oh, little anxious moments there in the winner's circle. Got to keep an eye on Norway.
Yeah, he looks like he's fired up there, and as he most typically is.
Another grade 3 coming up. It's race number 9. It's $168,100. The purse money in there. Scratch of the 2, hunt the last dollar. And this grade 3, a 1 mile, is named for Dave Brower. It's the Dave Brower Memorial. And sitting next to you, Gabe Pruitt. I know Dave is somebody very special to you. Doesn't feel like he's gone sometimes. And I know that this is just truly somebody that you held in such high regard. And I know that was your guy.
Yeah, really one of my best friends for certain, Chris. Not only a longtime colleague, and we've probably done hundreds of hours of TV together throughout the years. And, he's listened to probably thousands of Bad Beat stories while I was wagering during those cards. And it's just shocking that we have a Dave Brower Memorial. It's a great honor for him, but we lost him, way too soon. There, Dave and I on the apron there at the Meadowlands many years back. But just a truly great person, great ambassador for the sport. Always had a smile on his face and always just lit the room up when he would walk in. It was again just a tragic loss for harness racing, but the sport of horse racing in general.
Yeah, because you guys could just talk about harness all day long, couldn't you?
We usually did talk about harness all day long. Just miss him to a great degree. Dave, sort of all the big events. He was around over the years, and again, just a great voice for our sport. And it. A tragic loss, again, way too early, but it's a great honor here. I can tell you one thing, Dave Brower would like this field here tonight. Over $13 million in combined earnings. So, hats off to the Meadowlands, those officials for, having a race named after him. And I know his sister Laura probably going to be there tonight to, present the trophy hopefully as well. And again, it's just hard for me to process that, Dave's no longer with us.
Yeah, it's a Dave Brower Memorial. It's a nice race, a nice field. A very nice man, a very good handicapper, and I know somebody that was very close to you. We are going to come back, and we're going to have more from Scioto Downs and, of course, the Dave Brower Memorial as we remember him on this night here on America's Day at the races.
Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program in Oxford, New York was created in 2018 by Wanda Palacini to provide training to transition for finding homes and new careers for horses. Horses are started with groundwork and then ridden in an arena before moving on. Horses at Purple Haze are then evaluated and adopted out based on abilities and temperament. If you have a horse that you care about, or if you're looking for a great pleasure horse, contact Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program at 518-669-2715.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NYRA Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Whether you maintain a food plot on the weekends, tend to a small herd of livestock, or work in professional landscaping, New Holland's family of Workmaster and Boomer compact tractors at Clinton Tractor can get the job done. Known for delivering outstanding value for their performance, these reliable, powerful, and easy to operate New Holland compact tractors will help you tackle your to-do list while being easy on your wallet.
We are the leader in service, Clinton Tractor.
ClintonTractor.net.
Feel the thunder, experience the speed, witness the excitement of Ohio harness racing. Ohio is home to 4 pari-mutuel tracks with exciting action at Northfield Park, Scioto Downs, Miami Valley Gaming and Racing, and Dayton Raceway. Plus racing at 66 county and independent fairs statewide. From legendary events like the Little Brown Jug to the Dayton Racing Derby, Battle of Lake Erie, and Next Generation Stakes, Ohio is where champions race. The speed, the tradition, the excitement. Don't just watch it, be a part of it. Race Ohio, it's your best bet.
America's Day at the races here on FS1, red, white, and blue. Taking a look at the flag, and Gabe stole your outfit.
Jason Thompson, the Outrider there. I thought that's what you were wearing out later tonight, Chris, here in downtown Saratoga. But that's quite the get-up he has there, and he always does a great job.
Great to have you guys here with us on this 4th of July. Hope you're enjoying it with your family out there. It's race number 12 at Scioto Downs as we continue our coverage of the next generation. 2-year-olds, Colton Geldings in a trot, and Jenna Otten before tonight's 12. Okay, we'll get back to Jenna there in just a moment, but getting ready for this 12th for the 2-year-old Colton Geldings trot. We just saw Ron Burke. He's got another one in here, and we're going to take a look at just a 1-5 favorite in the 3 right now as you're taking a look at some of the horses on the track, of course. But Lou Armstrong, why are we at 1-5?
Well, this is a horse that has raced, and it was a convincing win there, Chris. This horse won by over 7 lengths after an impressive qualifier prior to that. So first crop sire, Cuatro de Julio, is a very cool horse, wicked, fast horse. Won a lot of the major stakes, but his first crop of offspring. Now that he's gone on the stallion duties in the state of Ohio, Lou Armstrong is obviously, he's passed some of that speed along to this one because he couldn't have possibly been any more impressive. And I just think when you look at this field, it's a good group, obviously, but he just seems to be a little bit further along right now in my mind than some of the ones he's hooking up with tonight.
And then now I think Jenna. Yep, we got Jenna now. Let's go to Jenna trackside.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to swing with Ronnie Wren Jr. to sweep all 3 so far of these next generation races. He teams up again this time with trainer Vernon Beachy. They won the 2-year-old filly trot, the first division of the next generation. And then, of course, Ronnie Wren came back and teamed up with Ronnie Burke there in the next one. Vernon Beachy sends out a in-range colt who's done nothing wrong so far. He's got 2 qualifiers under his belt. He gets to start from the winningest post position here at Scioto Downs, post 5. I got to touch up with Vernon Beachy's caretaker. He said Walker has been one of our best all winter. Weren't sure if he would be much, and at the end of the day, he's turned out to be what could be one of their best ones. I'm going to go with Walks the Fire in here. Ronnie Wren's having a stellar night. He is looking to add another win to this program. See, Chris and Gabe have any last thoughts on this division of the next generation?
Yeah, Gabe, I mean, kind of ride the hot hand here. You got Ronnie Wren Jr., you got the 5 Walks of Fire, and you're getting 5-2.
And Vernon Beachy's done a great job developing young horses. He developed a Legion, let's keep in mind as well, before she was eventually sold. So plenty of trotting talent in that barn. He's got the talent that's sort of in range there. The second choice right now, all the money, Chris, pretty much driven to just a few horses.
Yeah, right in the middle there, 3, 4, 5. It's the next generation. It's Colton Geldings, a 2-year-old trot here, $150,000. Barry Vickroy in the 1 off stride right now. Looks like before the start, but it's Barry Vickroy with the call of race 12.
Back stretch of the here they go. There, Sigurd was off stride before the start. Back down trotting, going for the lead. Satan's Fury inside. To his outside, Commander's Money, and in between them, Lou Armstrong. Racing into the turn 4th, Walks the Fire. Sigurd, an early miscue, is trotting and protecting at the rail. Racing there in 5th as they head over to the quarter outside 6, Motor Earl. Sweet Tease Ranger at the rail, and Good at Midnight, the early trailer, as they make their way around the turn and drive past the quarter. Taking over the lead, Lou Armstrong clocks in 28 flat. Satan's Fury has the pocket at 49-1. Commander's Money is their 3rd. Out pops Walks the Fire. First up, Parked Motor Earl will try to track down cover. Sigurd locked in, moving to the outside. Sweet Tease Ranger and the trailer Good at Midnight. They roll over to the half with the lead. Lou Armstrong on the outside, Walks the Fire, taking it right to him as they trot on over to the half. Satan's Fury follows back in 3rd. It's a length back to Commander's Money. Scenic Route for Motor Earl on the outside. To the inside, Sigurd. Sweet Tease Ranger wanting to get underway, but he'll have to be 3 wide, and the trailer Good at Midnight, 57-2 for the half, 29-2, and those 2 are stepping on the lead right now. Lou Armstrong on the inside, Walks the Fire, wheel to wheel, stride for stride to 3/4, 2 back, Satan's Fury moving to the outside. Commander's Money now picks up the chase. Then it is a Motor Earl to the inside and saving ground. Sweet Tease Ranger starting to close, 125, 27-3. Backside, and Lou Armstrong is put away. Walks the Fire outside. Commander's Money starting to rally. Satan's Fury is clear and driving. He'll be third in a few strides. Still looking for clear racetrack. Sweet Tea's Ranger into the stretch. Lou Armstrong outside. Commander's Money is coming to him. Lou Armstrong bearing in. Commander's Money and Mike Wilder in the next generation. Up second, Satan's Fury. Lou Armstrong held third. Photo for fourth, 1:55.1.
Mike Wilder there, driving duties for trainer Christopher Beaver, and it is the 4 there to pass the field, and the 3 and the 5 really hooked up in that duel and kind of dueled into defeat there.
Yeah, that's exactly what took place, Chris. I mean, they dueled each other just squarely into submission. Lou Armstrong had to go a ton there just to put away the second choice walks to fire, but it just took a little bit too much of a toll. You'll see even as Barry Vickroy said, he starts to drift it a little bit through the stretch, and it's Mike Wilder and Commander's Money who take full advantage.
You're going to see some prices there, 10-1 over 49-1 in a photo for third in Scioto's 12th race. Race number 9 here at the Meadowlands. It's the Dave Brower Memorial, and it's a post parade. It's the 1 Crack Shot.
Yeah, this is set of the leading sire of all time. Bettor's Delight, good solid second last out.
Scratch the 2. We're going to take a look at the 3 here. Scott Zeron's got the driving duties on the 3 at 16-1.
Yeah, this is a guy that likes to win 28 out of 66 for trader Tom Cancelleri. As you mentioned, the money man of the bike, but has gone down in defeat as an odds-on favorite in each of his last 3.
And James McDonald driving duties on the 4, 26-1.
Yeah, well-traveled here, Oakwood Art, and he just missed in the feature at Hoosier Park here about 2 weeks back. Dedicated closer for the most part.
By real quick there, we missed the 5 there, but the 6 is going to be Urban Hanover, Dexter Dunn.
Taking a lot of play, Chris, but he's winless in his career at the Meadowlands, 0 for 8, but he does come off a couple of sharp wins of late.
Here is the 7 and By the Missile.
By the Missile's the richest horse in the field. The 7-year-old headlines here at over $2.5 million.
Coach's Corner, Jason Bartlett at 17-1.
100th career start tonight for this guy in the 37-time winner. Post 8 tonight will need a lively tempo.
All right, the 9 is Ken Hanover at 6-1.
Ken Hanover, good solid second last out in overnight company at Pocono. He's been first or second 3 of 4 starts this season.
A couple more long shots here. The 10, Christopher Dance at 57-1.
Rising sharp off back-to-back wins, Woodbine Mohawk Park, but really a test for class tonight.
And the 11, Captain Albano, is going to be 4-1.
Yeah, this one's going to start in the second tier. Former Little Brown Jug champion, good qualifier last out, but he hasn't raced in a month. That was near Cleveland in the Battle of Lake Erie.
The 5 is For Once in My Life. Jordan Stratton with the driving duties there at 9-1. And we're going to throw it to Jess right now, track side, before today's 9th.
One of my favorite races of the year, the Dave Brower Memorial. I think I heard Gabe say it earlier on. If Dave were here, he would love this race. I'm sure he's watching from above. He loved the open pace division, the hard-knocking horses that show up week in and week out and travel all over North America. We have a really nice field of 10 here. Scratch with the 2 in there. Good betting board. The favorite now 9-5 on the 6. That is Urban Hanover. He owns the fastest mile at Mohawk history. I believe in that Breeders' Crown final effort up there. He comes from Dave Maneri's barn. Dexter Dunn, his regular pilot. We saw him on the show last time out. He never saw a pylon in that Gold Cup. 48-2, 26-1, and just kept rolling. He's 2 for 2 so far in 2026. He'll be my top choice in here. Another horse that I like underneath, that's the 9, Ken Hanover. He won a division of the Dave Brower last year with David Miller, the Buckeye on the bike. He's going to pick up Tim Tetrick, the Bionic Man. He's been driving him throughout 2026. He's 2 of 4 so far. A little time off after the battle. Come back with an overnight event over at the Poconos. He's going to have to overcome post 9. He's offering a nice price at 6-1 as well. I threw the 1 on my ticket, Crack Shots. He's coming off a very good second place finish in the Graduate right here at the Big M behind Fallout. So I think it's going to be pretty tough to beat that 8-5 favorite in Urban Hanover. We'll send it back to the guys for their final thoughts.
Gabe, what would Dave Brower say about your top selection in here?
I think Dave would admire me for taking a stand against a favorite. He's seen me do that a time or two, Chris, and I'm going to try Coach's Corner again. Urban Hanover's just mentioned this one 2 for 2 this season. Loves to win. He was 10 out of 17 last year. The fastest horse. You saw that graphic, the history of Canada. But with a big B here, he's winless in his career at the Meadowlands. It's always been just a little bit of his kryptonite. So he's done his best racing north of the border. We'll see if tonight's the night. But again, just even money, a little bit short for me to take. Every track's a little different. Horses that they have their preferred racing, whether it's the tighter turns or the longer straightaways and what have you. And that's, I think, a key thing here. And I think again, they're just betting Urban Hanover He's disappointed here a couple of times at very short prices in stakes action at the Meadowlands. So I think Dave would probably be happy I was taking a stand against the favorite, but as Dave's seen me do many times, sometimes they can still find a way to get there.
Yeah, as an odds maker, was he always taking a look at what he was setting, and then would he pay real close attention to that and what they landed?
He took very good pride in his job. He was great morning line maker and TV analyst for many years there at the Meadowlands, and he had a passion for the sport, he really was trying to assess what the public would send horses off, and he's like the rest of us. He wants to be right. And he was right a lot more than he was wrong. I'll say that.
Let's honor Dave Brower. It's the Dave Brower Memorial. It's race number 9. It's a nice Grade 3, a stakes race here at the Meadowlands. $168,000 plus in the person. Ken Workington with the call of race 9.
Is the favorite 5-1 on the 1 Crack Shot at 6-1 9 Christopher Dance. 5-1 on 11 Captain Albano in the second tier, and here they come. And they're off in the Brower, and it's For Once in My Life out fast with By the Missile on the outside engaging him. Crack Shot leaves alertly on the inside, 3 across the track into the first turn. Maximus Mickey is going to cut the corner into 5th. Irvin Hanover is a 5th now on the outside as they continue towards the opening quarter. From that second tier, Captain Albano 6th on the inside. Left out there 3 deep is Ken Hanover's going to continue on over Oakwood Arden, and then it's Coach's Corner next to last on the outside, and Christopher Dance. First quarter, dynamic 26-1 across the backstretch now. And it's Crack Shot and Doug McNair. Here comes Irvin Hanover and Dexter Dunn. They sweep up and grab the lead as they continue towards the half. Ken Hanover making steady progress now, second on the outside. So Crack Shot already back to third on the inside. Oakwood Arden makes his way into 4th on the outside. It's By the Missile, 5th on the cones, followed by Ken Hanover on the outside. And getting underway now is Coach's Corner. He is 3rd over. And a shuffle there on the inside from By the Missile. 53-2 was the half mile. They're midway on the final turn now. And it's Ken Hanover and Tetrick in front at 7-1. Ken Hanover, Oakwood Arden let first over. In the pocket is Irvin Hanover. On the outside, Coach's Corner is 4th. It's Crack Shot on the inside, gapping in 5th. It's Captain Albano 6th on the outside with work to do. By the Missile got a bad shuffle. 3/4 19-4. An eye-popping 3/4 time. And it's Ken Hanover clings to a short lead. And now Irvin Hanover on the outside is getting to him. And he draws clear with authority for Dexter Dunn. Irvin Hanover in front. Now it's Oakwood Arden who rallies, and he's close for second there with Coach's Corner, and then Ken Hanover. But it's Irvin Hanover in 1:46-3.
It is the 6th there, Irvin Hanover, the favorite to get it done in the Dave Brower Memorial. And maybe not the easiest trip, but wow, another blazing time there at the Meadowlands.
Yeah, and business picked up here early, Chris. I mean, they did not settle here very long whatsoever, so that's what made for that lively pace. And Irvin Hanover had to work a little bit to make the lead. He cleared, and then he did get to release the horse there and draft along for a bit. So good effort here, quick time, and he finally snaps that long winless run at the Meadowlands. So he deserved a big win there, and he's going to get it here as your favorite.
It's a really tight photo there between your top choice at 40-1 Coach's Corner and the 4 Oakwood Arden, and they're in a tight photo there for second, but it is the 6 Irvin Hanover to get it.
Well, it was an easy win there, but we see Shutter Cam here, and we're going to get maybe a little bit better opinion. Well, maybe not. That's still very close, Chris. I think I might have just missed grabbing second there with Coach's Corner, but it's very close.
All right. Still like the pick, though. I mean, you were live in there. You come to the stretch drive.
I was, rooting for the 6 not to get room, because I think if the 6 doesn't get room, if the horse on the outside stays alongside of him, we could have been looking at a different result here. But once he found the clearance, I knew he was going to be a very tough target.
Dexter Dunn heating up here as he is a cool customer there in the sulky in the driver's seat. But impressive performance. Irvin Hanover gets the win. We'll have prices and more on America's Day of the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we take a look at Scioto Downs, and it was the 4 Commanders' money to get the victory, but we did have a change in order of finish. Unofficially, it was 4-2-3-6. The full order finish now is 4-2-6-8, and that has gone official. You see 6-4. Sorry, these are Meadowlands results right now. So we're taking a look at 6-4-8 as the official results there in race number 9. Nice trifecta, $546 on return.
Yeah, just not a nice place photo there. You'll know I was on the 8 coaches quarter there. He's going to end up third at the end of the day.
There you go. 4-2-6-8 is that full order finish in race number 12. And we did have a change. And why did we see that? The third place horse, number 3, in Lou Armstrong.
Yeah, he was deemed guilty of going inside pylons. You see the pylons there on the course. And again, these are horses just beginning their careers. Who knows if he just drifted in a bit. But ultimately, that was the reason for the disqualification, so it would not have mattered, Chris, had he been able to dig in. He would still been disqualified for going off the course.
Okay, that is wrapping things up there in race number 12. Still one more to go there, and there's Dexter Dunn. There's the winner's circle. It's the Dave Brown Memorial, and you take a look at Irvin Hanover, who earned it, and another fast time there at the big end of the night.
That track is wicked fast here tonight. See, here's what I was talking about the 6. You just didn't know if he was going to get room because the 4 had kind of kept him to the inside, but once that clears way as the 9 starts to accelerate there. Ken Hanover in the front. You're going to see Irvin Hanover get out, and obviously he is just going to be loaded here at the late stages. Draw well clear. Dex takes a look back over his shoulder. No traffic coming there as he is just geared down, I think, Chris, close to the wire.
And how strict is it on keeping your opponent kind of hemmed in and being able to clear? I mean, you can't really make your own hole, right?
No, you have to have room. You need to keep your same straight line. But sometimes in just racing, if you're sitting second there at the Meadowlands, you can get pinned to the inside. So Dexter a bit fortunate there. Had that 4 Oakwood Arden kept going alongside him, he would have had to just get really lucky in the stretch possibly to find some room. But again, he at the end of the day, he got that room very, very early on, and it was well cleared over.
You did get nose there for second, as you pointed out. Just finished third.
Tough rate. I started the show.
That's
I could only finish
thrill
second.
At 40-1. I mean, nothing wrong with that. The Stan Bergestein, and we saw one edition earlier. We got the series pace final here, $230,000, a grade 2, and you got a field of 10 set to go postward.
Yeah, $230,000 on the line there. You see a good group and well-balanced odds board here, at least at the moment, Chris. The action a little bit spread out so far here in the early stages.
We spoke about Dave Brower, of course, and what about Stan Bergstein? And speaking about his importance to Meadowlands as well.
I don't think you could probably name anyone that is more important overall to the sport of harness racing than Stan Bergstein. I mean, that name just has been synonymous with the sport. There he is, just a legend. You see, Executive Vice President of the Harness Tracks of America. He started the Harness Tracks of America with all the racetrack ownership and worked right up until the end of his life. And Spencer Ross, Stan Bergstein, the shows still get talked about today. They hosted the racing action from Yonkers. Many fans out there, from that era probably going to remember him. But I think the guy literally did everything in the sport, Chris, maybe except for drive and train. He was an executive. He was, did some announcing. Obviously, he's an excellent broadcaster. And, I think his legacy that he's left with the sport, Chris, some of the top names that continue to have a lot of success in the business that sort of came up underneath him. He was always so proud of his graduates, so to speak, that work for Harness Tracks of America, and some of them still to this day are some of the top executives in the sport of thoroughbred racing and harness racing.
Yeah, we have a lot of named races throughout the sport, but it is important to kind of look back and remember, not only remember them through the named race, but also understand what they meant to the sport. And Stan Bergstein's still one of the best, of course, in harness. And of course, we got that race coming up. We're going to take a look at race number 10. It's going to be a 1-mile pace in here. Pretty even as far as the betting is concerned. Dexter Dunn's going to be on a long shot towards the outside, even though he's had the hot hand. But a horse that does stand out a little bit in here is 3-1 right now, the 6th, and that's Prince Hal Hanover, as we'll take a look back at that Graduate Series pace, leg 2, Division 1.
Yeah, Prince Hal Hanover is going to be right on the smoker here at 3-5, Chris. Right on the front end, you'll see him dial up a quick 3/4 there, 122-2. But he is just going to, continue to accelerate here through the lane. He's going to fend off a horse here who had a nice trip behind him. That's Captain Optimistic. He'll start tonight from post number 5. But see, Captain Optimistic, took dead aim here. Prince Hal Hanover, really a no excuse second, if you ask me again, because he had the trip. And then I think the key thing was there, you saw driver Todd McCarthy. Prince Hal Hanover really geared down there late in that effort. I don't think that he was fully extended whatsoever. The margin just 3/4 of a length. But again, I think he could have won by much more.
Yeah, trainer Ron Burke, he's had quite a successful evening already, but he's got the 10 and Fallout. And we're going to look at Fallout here from this effort, and that's the Graduate Series 3rd leg.
Yeah, and he's going to be sitting second. second here. He was the lukewarm favorite at 2-1. So he had a nice trip there, just drafting along to see. They got down to 3/4 very fast here, Chris. 1:20.4, just a little bit too quick maybe for the leader, Bruno. No, and it's going to be Fallout who's going to slingshot past here in the late stages. That was a perfect trip. The driver Tim Teacher was able to work out that night. The trouble tonight, Chris, he's going to have to do it from post number 10, and oh boy, that is very tough. And that's Crackshot there, the one back in this race, finishing a good solid second and behind him.
There you have it as we get set for the Stan Bergstein. And again, it's a 1 mile pace and that big purse, $230,000. But let's head over to Scioto while we've got time, as we got a post parade coming up for race number 13, of course, as we have another Next Generation, our final one here on the evening, race number 13. We got a field of 8 set to go post parade, and here is the field as we take a look at Brett Miller. Going to have the driving duties right now on the 9-1 shot, and that's the one shaking up Mickey.
Yeah, the first crop sire, Monty Mickey. So we're getting our first look at his offspring. The only Monty Mickey in here. A couple of just so-so qualifiers coming in.
Kind of a nightmare name here for a track announcer, but I'm sure he's got it dialed in. The 2 here, Chris Lems, is going to be Don't Truck With Me. We missed that one. The Fire is Prolific is going to be the 3 at 9-1.
2 successful qualifiers at Sourdough Downs for the team of Todd Luther and driver Austin Hanners.
And there is the 4 in Ocean Party.
By Ohio's perennial leading sire, down by the Seaside. 1 here for Team Burke, 1 of 2 in the field.
And here comes the... It's hard seeing some of the numbers there on some of those Santa Claus, but the 5 is going to be Stateroom here at 29-1.
Good solid second is most recent qualifier, Mike McAuliffe, his trainer and chauffeur. He'll start from post 5, but a big long shot.
7-2 North Rim, Ronnie Wren Jr.
We saw Ronnie take the first pacing Next Generation of the night. Get another Burke trade here. This one ships in from New Jersey, qualified at Gateway.
Atlee Bender right now is going to be driving the current 2-1 favorite as they go post where that's the 7 Atlantic Ivy.
The only horse in the race with a start. He's won for what he won a $40,000 stake down at Oak Grove, doing so impressively, 153-3.
And the 8 Elixir.
Another Mike McAuliffe trainee, Randy Tharps, a veteran range, but they're going to be at the bike here. Outside post, probably would have to have a lot shake his way.
It's a field of 8. It's the 2-year-olds, Colton Geldings and a pace. It's the Next Generation. It's Jenna Otten, trackside.
Thanks, guys. I don't think I did this on purpose, but I'm going to swing with another little bit of a price there on the 6 horse. He's 7-2 right now on the board. And I didn't mean to put Ronnie Wren on top in the majority of these Next Generations. It's just how it works out. This time he'll team up again with Ronnie Burke. They teamed up to win the second Next Generation in the Philly Pace division. North Rim has qualified a few times, both of them out at Gateway, that training center out in New Jersey. 2 good qualifiers. Last time out, he sprinted home, 26-2, 56 on the end of it. I think we're aware now Ronnie Wren Jr. with the hot hand of the night. Down by the Seaside has been crushing the Next Generation, and you guys are about to see a Next Generation winner on tap yourselves, as Swingtown was the 2024 winner of this race. Ron Burke and Chris Page have teamed up to win the last 4 years of this division. Act Fast, Midwind Beach Boys, Swingtown, I'll Bet Your Boots, and they got 2 in here. The Burke Brigade has 2. Chris will sit behind the 4, Ocean Party. Two qualifiers for this colt, both of them over there at the Meadows. He's sprinted home well in his last qualifier, 27-4. He's learning the ropes, and this was a $50,000 Lexington selected yearling purchase. See if the Burke Brigade can keep it rolling here in the 2-year-old colt pace division. A special horse being sent out in here, that is the 3, Fire is Prolific. Todd Luther, again, looking for his first Next Generation win. I think this would mean a lot to the connections, as the broodmare of this guy is Miss Walker, and that is one of Greg Luther's very special broodmares. It's almost like his foundation broodmare who got his band rolling there. That is Fire is Prolific. We'll get Gabe and Chris's last thoughts here on the final division of the Next Generation.
Jenna from Scioto there, and Meadowlands going right to Jess here, and she's going to tell us more about race number 13.
It's the Stan Bergstein Graduate Final for the 4-year-old Pacers. Interesting betting board that we have up on the screen. I did figure that the 6 would take a majority of the money. Prince Al Hanover, he's a 6-5, but after that, I thought it was more of a wide open race. I didn't think Captain Optimistic would be 4-1. I thought he'd be a little bit lower than that. I'm going to use Prince Al Hanover on the top of my ticket. He's just super sharp in his 4-year-old season so far. 4 of 7. He's faced older foes in the Gold Cup and the Battle of Lake Erie, where he was second and third in each one of those outings. He gets a nice post to work with in here. He's 6-5 on the board. He was Captain Optimistic underneath. He owns a 146-4 effort right here at the Meadowlands, sprinting home 26-3 last week. He finished second behind Prince Hal Hanover. He's put up a last quarter of 25-3. He draws 1 to his inside. He's 7-2 on the board. I also used the 10 Fallout for the Burke Brigade. Tim Tetrick teaming up with this guy. He had post 7 last time out. Park past the quarters, sat the pocket early on, and then just blew off the doors of his rivals. 47-4, 26-4 at the end of it. He's going to have to overcome an outside post 10. He's 8-1 on the board right now. Thought maybe he would take a little bit of action, but he's not. He's just 8-1. 6-5 on Prince Hal Hanover. As Jenna mentioned, the Burke Brigade does send out Swingtown on here. He is a next generation graduate. He's also a next generation winner. He's going to start from post 4 in this event. He finished third behind Prince Hal Hanover and Captain Optimistic last time out. You're going to get a good price if you want to swing with him at 17-1. We'll send it back to the desk for final thoughts on the graduate for the 4-year-old male pacers.
Over to Scioto here, but we got race number 10 here at the Meadowlands. Gabe, your thoughts?
Yeah, I do like the favorite here, Chris. Prince Hal Hanover. Again, we took a look back at that replay. I think a favorite here for very good reason. 7 starts this year. He's won 4. He's been on the board all 7. He's already earned over $250,000 this season alone. So this is sort of the last race that these 4-year-olds get to race in age-restricted races. That's why it's called the Graduate here, and of course named in honor of Stan Bergstein. But after this, we'll sort of have to graduate and take on some of the older horses. So life's not going to be so easy when you take on some of these top-level stakes veterans. So Prince Hal Hanover looks to sort of land one last punch to his own age group here. I think as long as the trip goes okay for him, he doesn't get overly taxed. I think we saw a lot left in the tank here last time out.
And it's nice to see Dr. E. Moore's name here, and he's ready to go, and he's got another one here with the 6 at 6-5. So he's favored to win it.
Yeah, Doc Moore, a great trainer. Prince Edward Islander, in fact. So he is a pilot, a veterinarian, a horse trader. He does it all. He can fly himself to the races and do whatever vet work needs to be done. He's just a great guy, class act, and of course trains Bojangles, one of the top sophomores in the sport as well. Can't say enough good things about Doc Moore. And yeah, he's got a live chance here with Prince Hal Hanover.
Just a heads up, they are at the post there for race number 13 at Scioto. So we'll get back to that race over at Scioto, the next gen 2-year-old, but we got the Stan Bergstein here at the Meadowlands, and it's going to be Ken Morganton with the call. $230,000 a 1 mile pace.
National Sound Corporation, field of 10 on gate. 6-5 on the 6, Prince Hal Hanover. At 3-1, the 3, II Captain Deo. And at 5-2, the 5, Captain Optimistic. Right now, the second choice. On gate, race 10 starts the late double. Here they come. They're off, and Swingtown and Captain Optimistic away fast with Prince Hal Hanover. Go Grasshopper left out there 4 deep and driving into the first turn. Railroad Station cuts the corner into 5th. So Prince Hal Hanover's put in play now. He is stride for stride there with Go Grasshopper 4th on the outside. Railroad Station 5th on the inside and parked out. That's Bruno No on the outside, 6th past the quarter. Then comes 5th and 5 on the rail with II Captain Deo and Sugarman. And the early trailer is Fallout. That first quarter was toward 26-2. And up on the engine, Captain Optimistic. It's Captain Optimistic and Scott Zeron rating the pace now. Swingtown in for that hot pocket ride. Prince Hal Hanover on the inside, 3rd. It's Go Grasshopper uncovered 4th on the outside. Towing into it, Bruno No 5th on the outside. Railroad Station shoveled to 6th on the rail. II Captain Deo up 3rd over on the outside. Then comes 5th and 5 on the rail with Fallout now 9th on the outside. And Sugarman 53-3 was the half. They're midway on the final turn, chasing Captain Optimistic at 5-2. Swingtown on the inside, 2nd. Go Grasshopper stalled 1st over. Prince Hal Hanover needs some racing room as they race by 3 quarters. Bruno No 3 wide. 4 wide comes II Captain Dale, but they turn for home with Captain Optimistic in 1:19-4. He's turned on the afterburners here, and he's trying to give them the slip. Captain Optimistic has blown it wide open. Swingtown is full out in second. Aye Captain Dale with a big rally up on the far outside. In deep stretch, it's all Captain Optimistic in the Graduate. Captain Optimistic, impressive. Then close, Swingtown or Prince Hal Hanover. 5th and 5, close there with Sugarman. 1:46 and 3.
Big mile there from the 5. Captain Optimistic just got out front, and again, lights out.
Boy, this is a huge mile because you know he did all the heavy lifting here, Chris. You know he's the front on the front end there. You know carving out these quick fractions, but again the pace didn't take much of a toll there. You see Scott Zeron going to work. The money man there is he's just going to bottom out this field. He's going to turn the tables here on Prince Hal Hanover, who finishes in a tight photo there for place with Swingtown down at the inside.
All right, that is race number 10, the Stan Bergstein at the Meadowlands. Let's go over to Scioto for their 13th. It's on tape. It's the Next Generation 2-year Colson Geldings in that pace for $150,000.
North Rim, Atlantic Ivy, and Elixir at the post of the year. They go. They're off and pacing. Fire is prolific. Fire's out for the lead. State Room center of the track to the inside. Don't truck with me. Driving up on the far outside is Atlantic Ivy at the rail. Shake 'em up, Mickey. Into the turn in 6 is North Rim. Then Ocean Party came away in 7th, and Elixir, the early trailer. As they scramble around the turn, State Room grabs the lead. Fire is prolific to the inside. Don't truck with me. Marches up on the outside, looking to take over. Atlantic Ivy is there for Shake 'em up, Mickey. A handful in 5th. 27-2 opening quarters. They swing into the stretch the first time. North Rim races in 6. Max 7th, Ocean Party, and the trailer is Elixir. Up and take over from Don't Truck With Me, who will yield for the pocket. State Room kicked back 3rd. Fire is prolific as they're racing in 4th, peeking to the outside, but he goes off stride through to the inside of the breaker. Shake 'em up, Mickey. Road trouble for North Rim. He's 3 wide around the breaker, trying to get into it now. Ocean Party, after he was impeded in the trailer, Elixir will move up a spot. 56-1 for the half, 28-4, and with the lead, Atlantic Ivy. Don't Truck With Me has the pocket. North Rim now second on the outside. Ocean Party made up a ton of ground down the backstretch. He's now 4th. State Room locked in outside Elixir, then Shake 'em up, Mickey, and Fire's prolific trails. 3/4 history in 125-2, just 29-1 down the backstretch. They'll sprint now. It's Atlantic Ivy with the lead. Outside North Rim trying to get to him. Inside, gapped away from the pocket. Don't Truck With Me. He's trying to rally. Ocean Party being asked for more into the stretch. It's Atlantic Ivy coming to the outside. Don't Truck With Me is digging in and closing. Atlantic Ivy, Don't Truck With Me in the Next Generation. 152-2.
It was the 2, Don't Truck With Me. Chris Lems with the driving duties there. And for a 2-year-old, looked pretty professional there through the lane gate.
No question. There was a lot of early action in this race, Chris. Again, for horses that really had not raced. I mean, just the 7, the only horse that had started the single time. He's going to end up on the lead here at the end of the day after they shuffled the deck. Don't Truck With Me, who it sounded like Barry Vickor had a great time calling that name there. Don't Truck With Me. He's going to take full advantage of that nice trip in behind the favorite, and he's going to pounce on him here in the late stages.
Yeah, we had a breaker there going into the first turn, and that kind of mixed things up a little bit, made it tough there for some of those other contenders. But it is the 2, Don't Truck With Me, who rounds out that race 13, the Next Gen 2-year-olds, to get it done in that $150,000 stake. It's another break. It's America's Day at the Races. Still got another stake there at the Meadowlands to come.
Champions are made on the racetrack, but many of them are born, raised, and developed at farms right here in New Jersey. New Jersey is home to nearly 100,000 acres devoted to the horse industry, and harness racing's breeding and training facilities play a vital role in protecting open space and supporting agriculture throughout the Garden State. With the state's ongoing recognition of the importance and value of the standardbred industry, New Jersey will remain a place where champions are made. To learn more, visit SBOANJ.com.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Nyra Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Nyra Bets on YouTube.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track on every screen every day. Monthly packages starting as low as $5 per month. RTN gives you great value and access to more HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
Back here on America's Day at the Races here on FS1, and it is the Meadowlands, East Rutherford, New Jersey, and Gabe Pruitt sitting right next to me, and we see the winner there in the number 5 and Captain Optimistic, but Scott Zeron for Nancy Tactor, and the times that we continue to see, Gabe, I think that's been kind of a little bit of a story here in the last 3 races especially, is just blazing time.
Yeah, warm night there. You can catch a really fast strip, and hats off to the track crews. They got this thing red hot tonight, and again, Captain Optimistic, despite putting up those tough fractions, Chris, there's no doubt about a winner. A little bit of a blowout effort here on the front end.
Captain Optimistic getting it done there, 5, 6, 4, 8 being your result, and really everyone in behind. It was just a battle for the minors. I mean, in this type of situation, when you're that clear for the money man there, it's over.
Yeah, no, we get an open length win there, and Prince Hal Hanover, he was bottled up for a little bit around the far turn. I thought when he got clearance, he was sort of the horse that might come to some little thunder there in the late stages, and just enough to narrowly grab second, but obviously no match here for a decisive winner.
The Grade 3 Perfect Sting will be coming up in race number 11 at the Meadowlands, but let's go to Scioto Downs as we just saw another winner, our final winner there in the Next Gen 2-year-old series. It's Jenna Otten, interview trackside at Scioto.
The final division of the Next Generation there goes to Don't Truck With Me, trainer Darren Harvey. I'm going to catch up with driver Chris Lems, and I don't think you really could have mapped out a better trip there. They wanted to leave the wings aggressively. You got your pocket ride, and it worked out well.
Yeah, I mean, I sit at 2 hole to what looked like the best horse in the race. Obviously, is what I was looking for, and it worked out good.
What goes through your head, or what goes done pre-race when you haven't sat behind a horse yet and you're going for $150,000?
You just got to trust the trainer. He gave me a little input going into the race, and you just got to trust that he did his job. He got around Northfield good, which is a lot tougher track to get around than here, so I wasn't too worried.
When you popped the pocket there down the stretch, you were chasing down the favorite. How confident in you? Your body language was very confident. How confident were you getting past him?
I knew once he straightened up and got his feet in the right place, there wasn't much question. I knew I had enough pace to go by. So,
Chris Lems captures his first Next Generation there with Don't Truck With Me. Congratulations. Hopefully you'll have a fun summer ahead with him.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you.
Great stuff there with driver Chris Lems, and great job Jenna Otten as well. And you see the official results, 2-7-6-4. You do see that Don't Truck With Me ended up taking some good late money there at 2-1. And we've seen kind of a various number of outfits win tonight, and it's nice for these boys to get one.
Yeah, a little bit of a smaller stable here. Trainer Darren Harvey, Chris Lems, one of the regular pilots at Northfield Park just outside of Cleveland. And for those backers, you did get every pound of 2-1 at least, returning 680 for the trouble.
2-7-6-4 once again to close things out there for us at Scioto. They still continue on with a few more races, but we've got one more coming up as well from the Meadowlands. We've got the Perfect Sting coming up. It's a Grade 3. I got Gabe Pruitt sitting right next to me. He's got the winning selection. Come on back to find out who it is on America's Day at the Races. Race number 11 at the Meadowlands is coming up. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are getting closer and closer to post time here. $153,200 here for the Perfect Sting, a grade 3, and we've got some time, so let's go to Jessica Otten trackside at the Meadowlands.
It's been nothing short of excitement here at the Big M. Some fast miles and some very nice horses on tap. And we're going to finish it out with those older pacing mares. A field of 10 in here. No shock that Mickey and Minnie is your 1 to 5 favorite. She's coming off of a game win up at Mohawk Park, and the Roses Are Red, where she just dominated it. She was parked early on in the mile, took over the lead, and then just rolled right on through it. The storyline has been James McDonald taking over the driving there a couple of starts back in the elimination, and then in the final, Brett Beckwith actually drove her last start up at Plain Ridge Park, where she was the winner there, 49-1. I believe she set a track record there. She's plenty versatile too. She can leave the gate aggressively, she can come from off of the pace, and I think she's in a good spot here to continue her winning streak. She's 3 of 4 so far in her 4-year-old campaign. This is the toughest test she's going to have to face is as they come to the gate and the rain starts to fall. But she's 2 to 5 on the board, and I think she is the one to be in here as post 5 as they roll to the gate. We'll send it to New York for their final thoughts.
Perfect Sting is coming up here, race 11. Gabe, what has happened there over the racetrack?
I don't think we have perfect conditions for the Perfect Sting. That's for certain. Boy, that's looks like a rough one blowing through East Rutherford right now.
Yeah, passing storm coming through, but getting closer to post time here for race number 11, as I'm sure they're ready to get that underway. 1 to 2 right now on the 5. Where'd you end up going?
I had to go to the favorite here. I didn't think we would be that short of a number, but this 4-year-old daughter will always be Mickey and Minnie, last year's 3-year-old filly pacer of the year. She made over $1.1 million last year, 3. She's got beaten her first start at 4 this year, but she's ripped off 3 in a row since, Chris. 22 out of 30 in her career. One of 2 double millionaires in the field. The other being her stablemate Twinbee Joe Fresh, who, by the way, I don't think has ever been 5 to 1 in her life. She was the 2024 Horse of the Year in the sport of harness racing. Did come off a couple of defeats early this season. Got back to her winning ways last out against Cheaper Company. We'll see. Fans thinking maybe the Twinbee Joe Fresh is just a little bit, behind her stablemate right now. I'd never count her out, but again, she's nearing on $3 million. But that's a big price. She has been a short price many, many times throughout her career.
It's amazing how things can change from year to year for the top performers in the game. It's race number 11. It's Ken Workington. It's the grade 3. It's the Perfect Sting in some different conditions right now, but still showing fast at the Meadowlands.
Downpour here. Odds on a 1 to 2. The 5 Mickey and Minnie. At 5 to 1, the 8 and 9 Twinbee Joe Fresh and Louis Girl. Race 11, 10-cent high 5. The Perfect Sting. Here they come. They're off in the Perfect Sting. Prolific Fire fires hard with Twinbee Joe Fresh on the far outside into the first turn, and Talk Curdy to Me with Unreasonable on the rail into the first turn. Unreasonable. And sweeping up on the outside is Prolific Fire for Doug McNair to take the early lead. Talk Curdy to Me settles in the 3rd position. Twinbee Joe Fresh off to a pretty good start in 4th. Mickey and Minnie on the inside 5th past the opening quarter mile. Then comes Louis Girl, a gap of 2 lengths to Always Be Naughty, and then Champagne Room and Skywalker C, and gapped at the back is Rodeo Drive Deo. It was 26-2. A torrid opening fraction here across the backstretch. Prolific Fire in front, the long shot leader, but now sweeping up quickly is Twinbee Joe Fresh and Dexter Dunn. Twinbee Joe Fresh, Prolific Fire back in 2nd now. Unreasonable on the inside 3rd. Mickey and Minnie gets going on the outside 4th, as she is tracked by Louis Girl to the outside 5th. Talk Curdy to Me on the inside 6th as they race onto the far turn past the half in 53-4. They're midway on the final turn now, and it's Twinbee Joe Fresh taking on Mickey and Minnie on the outside. The stablemates are stride for stride with Prolific Fire, and lurking is Louis Girl, all set to come 3 deep. Unreasonable was shuffled back on the inside, and Always Be Naughty is setting up a rally as they turn for home along with Skywalker Dale. 1:21.1 in the stretch drive of the perfect sting. And it's Twinbee, Joe Fresh, and Mickey and Minnie, a classic duel to the wire from the stablemates. Louise Girl left in the wake third. Unreasonable looking for third now. Inching in Mickey and Minnie. Mickey and Minnie nails Twinbee, Joe Fresh. Then Unreasonable, Louise Girl, and Skywalker C in 1:48.
Stablemates there in the stretch, and just impressive from Twinbee Joe Fresh, really throwing everything at Mickey and Minnie, but Mickey and Minnie just a little bit better.
She really did, Chris. These two just going to drop the gloves. And how many times do you think they've had this battle in the mornings because they're stablemates and they likely do train together? Four-trainer Chris Ryder, but Twinbee Joe Fresh tried to snatch her throne back from Mickey and Minnie, but it was Mickey and Minnie who's just going to wear her down. I think Dex did everything he could possibly do there with Twinbee Joe Fresh. He rushed the lead, Chris, because if he had just come methodically, then Mickey and Minnie was going to get to follow him and get to draft along, in behind him. I think Dex knew if he let her draft behind him that she would probably get the best down the lane. So he rushed Twinbee Joe Fresh to the front and tried to fight her off there when she was uncovered on the outside. Just unfortunately couldn't get it done.
5.819 looked like the unofficial order of finish there in the perfect sting, grade 3, and it was a really tremendous kind of throwback performance there. Who lost form a little bit, Twinbee Joe Fresh, but Mickey and Minnie is in that rare form. And Chris Ryder, it's always nice to have an exacta in a graded stick.
Yeah, he's probably couldn't care less who was going to get up in that stretch battle with his two prize mares.
We want to thank the audience for sticking with us here for some of the bonus coverage on the back end of the bonus coverage we had before, but we've got harness racing, plenty of it here on Fox and the family of networks. You got the Meadowlands Pace, that's going to be next weekend. Hambletonian Day, I know you're excited for that one. And of course the New Jersey Classic Finals, Kindergarten Finals, Fall Final Four, but Hambletonian Day, August 8th.
Oh, it's the biggest race in the sport, Chris. It's from the harness racing side for 3-year-old trotters. $1 million on the line in the Hambletonian. But hey, I'm looking forward to next Saturday night. I'll be up there on track at the Meadowlands for the Big M Pace.
That's going to be fantastic. Thanks to Jenna Otten, Jessica Otten, the entire team, and to you, Gabe Pruitt. Thanks for joining me this evening. Next show is going to be tomorrow at Saratoga Live at 1 o'clock, 1 to 6. Look forward to that as the Thoroughbreds are back on the track here behind us at Saratoga. On to Norway with that impressive performance, gets back to the winner's circle. We had a great time with you. Hope you had a great time with us, as we'll be back next week with more on America's Day at the Races.